here on the beautiful shores of Lombok, Mandalika. We're ready for some really hot action this morning. First off, we'll be qualifying and then the first race of 2 races this weekend later on this afternoon. It's going to be an interesting weekend because once again, we have championships to look at. The main one that will be the big question mark is on the Moon 150s. They'll be heading out shortly, but Husni Zano Fauzi, he needs a total of 100 points to take the crown here in Indonesia itself. So it's going to be interesting to see. It all depends on where Fahmi Bassam finishes as well, because even if Husni gets a double win, but Fahmi Bassam finishes second on both races, it's going to take it all the way down to Sepang. But again, in racing, anything and everything can happen. In the TVS Asia 1 make Hiroki Ono trying to stay dominant, trying to defend the crown, but Ramdan Rossi hot on his heels and will be looking to change the script this time round. In the 250s, it's going to be a battle between RB as well as Kritapat and the other names such as Muraba Vitoni and Izam Iqmal. It'll be interesting to see how they form up because Muraba especially was rapid yesterday. In the 600s, Adit Nantaputra has a big task. His teammate, however, Herjanana, has been impressing, so we'll see how he goes around. Kasma Daniel, another one of the challengers, and Anupab, as always, will be strong in the race. In the ASB 1000s, we have a 5-rider battle, but now we must add in a few more factors. Cameron Dunker looking quick, looking the best we've seen him all season. He was 3rd fastest in practice 3. And we have Azlan Shah as well, finally coming to form, and Apiwat finally finding his rhythm as well. It's going to be a real exciting weekend, and we begin with qualifying this morning and race 1 later. So let's join the action on track.
And as it says at the bottom of the Mandalika Hill, welcome to wonderful Indonesia and welcome to this spectacular island of Lombok, part of which they've paved and they've made this motorsport paradise that we now know as Pertamina Mandalika. It's Saturday morning and we are here for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And that means that we have a really hectic, action-packed morning of qualifying for your entertainment. And it begins with perhaps the most exciting of all, the Underbone 150 class, followed all over the world because of the action and I think it's fair to say the identifiability of this class, because we've all started as, well, most of us anyway, started as kids on small bikes that we stripped off and made them go as fast as possible. The Underbone 150s, their qualifying process is the most complicated of the 5 classes. Not too complicated, but we've got 2 sessions this morning. Qualifying 1, this is for the riders that were 13th or lower. This is a 30-rider field on combined times yesterday, and the top 2 from qualifying 1 will go through to qualifying 2, so there'll be 14 riders out in qualifying 2. This is a 10-minute session. Qualifying 2 will be a 10-minute session, so no time to delay. Lap times here in the 150s, so there are not many laps available to get a good time in. Although as you saw a few riders there dawdling, it's usually the dawdlers that don't come through. So let's see who's getting a move on. Adib Arshad on the Malaysian Umi Yamaha is one of them, and Badli Ayatollah Masarong, wildcard rider. So they're getting some early laps in. Already we are coming up to the halfway point in this session, and the first flying laps are just appearing on the timing screens. And it is Adib Arshad who is the first of those. Looking there at the number 138 of Wawanwelo. Very welcome return to Wawanwelo. We're used to seeing him riding a Yamaha at the front of the field when he was in this series as a regular rider in 2023. Now he's on a Honda and struggled a little bit yesterday to get right up to the pace. It was very much a day dominated by the Yamaha 150s. And along with him then is Febriancia, the number 88, and the 279 of Hendra Resadis. So, as always in Indonesia, we get some really high quality wildcards. And in fact, Daniel Bogus has just joined me in the commentary box after his introduction. Which of these wildcards, Daniel, do you think is going to trouble the scorers today?
It's hard to say. I mean, there's so many interesting names, but I think the one that I'll be looking up for is the replacement for Ricky Ibrahim, Argia Farel. I think he's got something special about him. Of course, he's been he had a week at the VO46 Master Camp, and he was selected because he has that special touch to him, a special brush. So we'll be looking up for the Elephant wildcard. I think Wawanwelo as well, with his experience, he'll be looking to really put in a good show. Jordan Bardaru is another one as well.
There is Farrell, number 229, so mark that number. Yeah, he was 14th quickest yesterday with a 154.773. Top qualifying times last year were in the mid to low 153s. And the quickest of those was Dimas Juliet Moko, riding for Racetech 60 this year. And he looked good all the way through yesterday and was indeed quickest on combined practice times. 153.439 was his best time. That of course was set in a 30-minute session, and they have just 2 minutes remaining in this one. Best time posted so far by Aditya Fauzi on a Honda, 154.9. Aditya Fauzi was one who came through to our attention 2 years ago when we first came to Mandalika. Daniel scored second, picked up a second place, I think. And last year there was a wild card by the name of Husni Zainal Fauzi, who took a fifth and a P2, and is the runaway championship leader, as you were referring to in your introduction. Is there a bit of pressure on Husni now, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think you can really see it in him. We saw it in practice as well. Frustrations for Husni when he couldn't get a lap in. I think the pressure is building. He's always calm whenever I talk to him, but you can imagine it's his first full season and he's already a championship. He's already in contention to win the championship on this round itself. So there is pressure, definitely.
Yeah. I had that moment of exasperation in mind then. Thought, okay, we haven't seen this side before, but the pressure is building. So much talk coming into this round 4. Can he build up a 100-point advantage? He currently has a 70-point advantage, so 50 points on the table this weekend. And in case you haven't been watching earlier this season, Husni has had 6 starts, 5 wins and 1 P4. And that's why he's got this absolutely astronomical lead over the competition. Checkered flag to end this session is coming out now, and Aditya Fauzi sits on top with that 154.9.
Looks like no one really impressing too much in this lap. There's some decent sector times, but you can see that the group in front of you just started looking around.
Yeah,
they
there's
lost time.
Some riders going quicker there, including Wawanwelo. He did look like a potential champion last time he was a regular rider in underbone 150s.
Aditya actually set a really good first sector, but that's the thing, he slowed down. But Aditya potentially might try and improve his time further. But yeah, a bit of a twitch on the front. That's going to jog his confidence up a little bit. He's not getting any slipstream either, so yeah, Aditya, he'll have to hope no one else behind him is on a hot lap. Shamalamshar trying to find some improvement, but lost a bit of time as well. Yeah, Shama just goes a bit faster. Actually, Aditya still manages to go 4/10 nearly faster.
That was an improvement by Aditya.
And Argia Farrell as well, he makes it up into second. The wild card for LFN HP 969.
Good call, and that was really close too, 66 hundredths between them. And I think that's going to be 2 that go through. Rider down there. So,
Farrell
Rashidan right at the end there. So the next time we see Farrell will be in race 1 this afternoon. He'll be towards the back of the grid, of course, not having come through here. So it's a Honda tops qualifying 1 here at Pertamina Mandalika. And there's your confirmation, 154.518 for the brilliant Aditya Fauzi. Team change to JPNW S&D Factory Racing. And the next up, Daniel's call, Agia Farrell for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Then it was just missing out Hendra Rasadi, then Adiv Arshad, Farrell Rashidan, who we saw go down right at the end there. Then it was Pirapong Lubin Peng, 155.8. Wawanwelo was next up. And then Febriansha for team 1 for all. And then it was Shamil Amshar Effendi, Jordan Badaru, Andres Sobretodo. Nazrul is down in 12th, so things not quite going well for the 2023 champion. Badly Ayatollah Masarong for Maestro NWNSCK. WZ for Extremo UZ, 14th, coming back after a difficult day yesterday. April King Moscado for the Philippine end of the Huma Racing was 15th, 16th Kiki Sudaman. Shawas Shazras in 17th. Fizi Supat on the Vosges was 18th. Masato Fernando was 159.74, and the other Vosges of Tengu Amaral Afiruddin was 20th, 205.797 for him. We're going to take the shortest of breaks now, and when we come back it will be for qualifying 2, so stand by for that. We are at Pertamina Mandalika, and it's qualifying morning for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We are back on track for this qualifying morning for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And here at the Termina Mandalika, we just got sight there of 2 times champion and now team owner of the Racetech 60 outfit, Waiwaji Trilixana, getting out on track nice and early. It's just 7.5 minutes remaining of this 10-minute session, and a lot of these riders are just now coming out onto the circuit. So the stakes here are that we've got 14 riders on track here, and they'll be fighting it out from the top 10 places, and the top 10 will go through to a Super Bowl session later this morning. You can see there the 143 of the runaway championship leader, currently with a 70-point advantage. Husni Zamapalzi, number 143.
Do you sense that pressure around him? I mean, you were mentioning it earlier, and just look at the way he's coming out. And I'm sorry to say, but all that swerving around out of pit lane to try and get heat in the tires, that's not doing anything because he's slowing down again. I feel it's just in the mind right now, and this track has enough turns on your outlap to get heat into those Dunlop rubbers.
Exactly, yeah.
It just, I mean, this is not the same Husni we've seen from the past 3 rounds. This is...
So signs of butterflies in the stomach of the championship leader.
And it's a bit concerning, isn't it? Because all this while, his calmness, I think, is what's made it happen for him. And if the pressure on him is now, this could be a bit worrisome for him.
Well, let's see. Let's see how the drama plays out. But this is a test where, however it turns out, this is a really stiff test for Husni. We first saw him here just a year ago as a wild card. An impressive wild card.
Sure was.
But now here he is a year later with a 70-point lead after 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible achievement. And now how does he build on that? The rider in front of him there is a 2 times champion, Gavita Krishna. One of the elder statesmen, and he's giving some good advice to the riders behind him, giving the universal signal to hurry up.
Just to give a look at how Husni's growth has been. He came through the Indonesian national rank almost out of nowhere in 2022 to 2023. 2023 he wildcarded for the first time here in ARC, finished 3rd. 2024 replacement rider, and in just 5 races he had 2 podium finishes and 7th overall. And now he's our championship leader by 70 points.
Yeah, it's an absolutely incredible story. He's literally exploded into this series.
Oh,
and there's
Afif has gone down.
He's gone down. He needs a new set of leathers, or at least a repair. So that's a very early setback for Afif. There's 4.5 minutes remaining in this 10-minute session, and we haven't seen a serious flying lap yet. Number 25 there, John Emerson in Gito. He's following championship leader Husni, the number 143 at the moment. Husni came through with a late lap in free practice yesterday to make sure that he got straight through to qualifying 2, because that was looking touch and go. So let's see how he does. Build up too much drama for him, but inevitably this is seen as a very, very big challenge.
I'm just really wondering what happened to Afif just now, because that's so weird on an outlap for Afif to make a mistake. It's strange.
Yes, exactly.
So Husni not wasting any time, he's getting on with business, pushing on despite not having slipstream, which is weird because Gupita was in front of him just now, and I thought he would have just stuck behind Gupita, do a bit of teamwork, and Husni's mucked it up there. It's a rare mistake, and again, I feel like he needs to work with Gupita.
Yeah. There are many good riders out here, but none better than Gupita, just to help him steady those nerves.
I mean, yeah, Kubica is an experienced rider who will know what Husni is going through right now. Of course, Husni has the big boss Haji Putra here in this weekend, cheering him on, but Kubica needs a good qualifying, a good Super Bowl. Not more for the position, but just for that mental boost going in.
Absolutely, yeah. And it is Kubica who has gone quickest with less than 2.5 minutes remaining in this session. They're doing laps of around 150, well, I was going to say 155s, but nobody's got near that yet.
Yeah. Oh, and there we go, Fahmi Bassam 154.5. And Dimas, Aditya Fauzi 154.2. It has all shifted around.
So Aditya really making that Honda work this morning.
And the wildcard as well, Argia Farrell 155.5, sorry, 155.8. So it's shaking up now.
Yeah, Aditya came through qualifying 1 and is now atop qualifying 2. So some of these riders are going to get one more lap in, but now it's gotten serious. Kiddas is the number 13.
Aditya's gone faster. He's gone faster in sector 1. Aditya's on it. He's got a good slipstream as well in front of him. It's the wildcard Argia Farrell, so he's going to get a little bit of a toe, and Akid as well will benefit from this. There goes Aditya now. Akid as well. Oh, look at this. It's close between Aditya and Akid. There's Husni as well, just a little bit further in front of him.
Yeah.
Championship contender behind him as well, Fahmi Bassam.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam, easy to spot. He's got the 222 on the front, but the legs akimbo tuck-in style, tuck-out style, I'm not quite sure what you'd call it, but makes him very recognisable. Waiwaji Trilexana out there on the yellow number 60 machine.
Aditya's quick. Aditya's gone quick in every single sector, so look up for Aditya Fauzi. Akid should be moving up into the top 3 as well. Fahmi Bassam, short road in front of them, is pushing on. Number 222 for LFNHB 969. There goes Aditya. He's got clear ground in front of him. He's going to give the riders behind him a bit of a tow. Aditya comes across the line and an exactly identical lap time, 154.230 twice in a row. But the wildcards Daniel Damar and Shirat Shauki go to the top.
Yeah,
fastest time 53.0.
That 153 is one of the fastest qualifying laps we've seen around here, maybe the fastest. Dimash Julie was the fastest qualifier last year. Absolutely on edge here for this, and another wild card, Shirat Sauki, coming in second with that 53.88, going faster again. Dimash Julie down in 6th. He's such a strong qualifier, Dimash Julie. Was the quickest last year. Sam down in 7th, and remember the cut-off point is the top 10. 10th position is currently occupied by Argia Farrell. So we've got Daniel Damar, Shirat Sauki, John Emerson in Gito, the number 25, the Filipino, currently 3rd, and then it's Aditya Fauzi. Dimash Julie going faster. Really good sector times for Dimash Julie. So if he holds it together in the final sector, he's going to move up. We are going to see a little surprise, I think, at the end. Let's take a look at the timing screens as they change around, and yet Dimash Julie Moko goes to number 1 with a 152.205. He was in the 153s to get the fastest qualifying time last year in round 4 at Mandalika. Now he is bagged on 152.205. Absolutely phenomenal qualifying from Dimas. then it's Daniel Demar, number 145, the wildcard rider. Absolutely phenomenal for Race Tech 60s, Dimash Julie. And the cut-off point here is 10th. That's occupied by Dimas's teammate and team owner, Wayuaji Trilixana, and number 11, so missing out on Super Pole, is Husni Zainal Fauzi. Well, lots of drama packed into just a few minutes in that underboat qualifying session. Sam third, the defending champion. Big weekend for him. Huge weekend for Husni. Of course, starting 11th on an underboat grid doesn't mean that you've got no chance, far from it. But look at that time, 1:52.205 for Race Tech 60 Racings, Dimash Julie at Moco. And then for Yamaha LFN HP 969 wildcard, Daniel Demar, next best, 1:53. Fahmi Bassam, defending champion for Yamaha LFN, third. Then it was another wildcard, Aaron Riswanto for RMF Trans Racing. Givita Krishna, good session from him to go through to Super Pole. And then it was Shirat Sauki, wildcard. Fazrul Sham, good session from him, 7th quickest. John Emerson and Gito will go through to Super Pole. He was 8th. And then it was Aditya Fauzi really making that Honda work for JPN WSND Factory Racing, and the next rider and the final riders to go through to Super Pole, Wayuaji Trilixana, just missing out championship leader Husni Zainal Fauzi. Qualified 11th, then it's Kid Aziz for Pittsbike Superfast JRT, and then Argia Farrell for Yamaha LFN, and 14th, Afifan Ran, but he didn't score a time because he went off very early, I think, on the outlap in that session. So we'll take another little look at that in a moment, but what a frantic, nail-biting session that was. Daniel will be interviewing Dimash Julie shortly, but before that, we'll just roll that back and pick the bones out of that 10-minute session. And as you can see, so it was a slowish start, but as we got down to the last couple of minutes, everybody pulled the pin, and we were just trying to see who was really going through. What would Husni Zainal Fauzi do? He wasn't showing too strongly. Aditya Fauzi had a phenomenal session on the Honda, switched from Yamaha to Honda this year. Givita Krishna taking a leading role in this qualifying by getting down to business early. We kept coming back to the 177 of Aditya Fauzi on that stink from JPNW machine. The 13 of Kid Aziz threatening. John Emerson and Gito, great session from him. But as the seconds ticked down and we were looking at the timing screens that were full of green fastest sector times, it looked as though Dimash Julie was going to pull off another phenomenal lap and go fastest in qualifying, as he did last year, and then he's done so many times. Great session from that number 25 you just saw on your screen. Solid session from the number 60 for Race Tech 60, Dimash Julie's teammate and team owner, Wayuaji Trilixana. So Dimash Julie starts first, Wayuaji Trilixana 10th in Super Pole later this morning.
So Dimas, a great start to the week for you and a really good result in qualifying. You're fast in almost every session. Can you tell us what's your target for this weekend?
Alhamdulillah saya di KTT ini saya ada di top 1. Alhamdulillah persiapan saya dari EP2 juga berada di posisi pertama. Alhamdulillah di KTT ini saya bisa menjadi yang top pertama juga. Semoga di race 1 bisa menjaga top pertama ini dan minta doanya selalu. Strategi saya tetap gaspol.
So he said that he was grateful for being able to finish on top in practice 2 and in this one, and he's hoping to carry on the momentum, and he's hoping that everyone can pray for him back at home. So congratulations to you, and good luck for the next one.
Morning for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Major Road Racing Championship. We've just had the most thrilling session for the underbones, and now we've got another 2-part qualifying process to go through for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is qualifying 1A, and that is for the slowest 8 riders from yesterday's combined free practice times. A lot of these riders here at Mandalika for the first time, including this young man, Hunter Corney, of the number 9. Really exciting 14-year-old prospect from Australia. Already done great things in the Yamaha Blue Crew series and everything else that he's touched, and it's great to have such an exciting young talent in the TVS Asia One Make stable. Another one is from New Zealand, Nixon Frost. So Oceana supplying us with some really exciting new generation riders. Just going through there was Shahari Day of the number 23 machine, but with Hunter and Nixon, just 14 years old. This, of course, is their first visit to Bertamina Mandalika. Kim Min Jae will have been here before. I think out of these riders, he's the only one who turned wheels on Mandalika before. So yesterday, tell me what you think, Daniel, but I'm going to back Hunter Corney to go through here.
Yeah, I think all the Aussies have been performing well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I agree with you on that. But one thing I'll say, Jack McCabe yesterday was rapid, so I think he might just make it through. At the same time, there's a lot of good names. Ramaputra Septiawan, another really strong Indonesian talent. Dexter Almafarezzo as well. It's hard to call it, because I genuinely don't think we saw the best of them yesterday. But we saw a glimpse. And Jack McCabe, first time, and he was fighting in the top 10 already. It was so impressive.
Yeah, first time at Mandalika, first time on one of these TVS RR Apaches. So, yeah, that's quite a big hill to climb. There is Hunter Corney, very cool-headed young rider, extremely rapid and looking confident and comfortable after free practice yesterday. Didn't make the cut into qualifying 1B, but here he is. Put in a 147.084, 145s. Be wanting to look for. The slowest rider through was Rendy, 146.7 through to qualifying 1B. Really getting into the right kind of range there. Conditions out here cooler than we used to at Mandalika. Daniel, when you came back in just now, you were saying there was just like a little blast of drizzle.
Yeah, it was just, it's very light. It's exactly what we saw on Thursday and Wednesday, but nothing too threatening. It's just a passing cloud, and the sun, as you can see, has come back out, so should be fine. But that's been the weather recently. It's strange, but the good thing is it is dry, so we'll still have some properly good action.
Yeah, Corney improves at the top, 146.7 now. Number 9, Australian. Dexter Alfarezzi moves up to second.
Dexter Alfarezzo really just someone who's looking to impress. He's a promising talent for Indonesia, and I think he's got a point to prove here on his home race.
Yeah, Kim Min Jae, the South Korean, needs to just raise his game a little bit this weekend. Mandalika, he's looked lot stronger through this season. There he is, the number 6. Most of these riders running on the same part of the track. Kim Min-jae improving. So he's going to lift himself up a little. 7 minutes. Good times for Kim Min-jae. He could come up perhaps into first or second, but into third. They'll have another flying lap after this one. Number 17 is Nixon Frost, currently sitting in P3. Now the positions will adjust themselves a little bit. Front two stay the same. Jack McCabe moves up into third.
Yeah, he had a really slow first and second sector, but sector 3 and 4 he was rapid. So Jack McCabe, another last opportunity now on the last lap. Dexa doing a good job there. Ramaputra just not finding the pace this time round.
So Hunter Corney, rider down there.
Who's that has gone down? Can't see the number from this angle. See if he picks it back up. 17. Nixon
Frost, yeah.
That's unfortunate for the young New Zealander.
Yeah, looking puffed up, of course, because the airbag's gone off in his suit.
El Paso Leather has a double deployment system, so they can remount and they'll deflate and then reinflate if needed. It's pretty good tech
Technology
there.
is phenomenal, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal.
Kim Jae trying to push on forward, but right now let's see who else is on a hot lap. Actually, Kim Jae's lap is looking pretty good. Sector 3 a bit slower, however. Jack McCabe a good sector 2 once again. Sector 1 just lacking a bit.
He put in a quick one, 146.7, then eased off, but now he's back with a push lap. So he's looking to get through to qualifying 1B.
Oh, look at Ramaputra. Ramaputra's trying to make a big jump. Decent sector 3. Kim Min-jae goes third fastest. What about this group? Dexa is on a really good lap. Dexa maintains second place. Hunter improves to 146.5, which would have been enough for fourth overall. That's a good time from Hunter Corney.
Yeah, you can see the strategy there. That was a very cool piece of work there. In this short session, he banked a quick lap earlier, then he took a break, and then he came out for the last lap. So very, very good work by the 14-year-old Australian. Regular listeners will know that his mentor is Gary McCoy, the Sultan of Slide. If you are of a certain age or a MotoGP historian, you'll know who that is. But let's just have a look at those results. Hunter Corney, 146.599, a very decent time and a very mature performance in that 10-minute session. Then it was Dex Alma Alpha Razel, the number 25, second quickest, and then it was Kim Min-jae just missing out. Jack McCabe getting stronger and stronger, the young Brit, and then it was Nixon Frost who had a crash late in that session. Shahari Dave was 6th, 7th, Ramaputra set tier 1, and Leandro Paredes put in a 1:48.9. He was 8th. So we'll take a quick look at a recap of that session shortly. And coming up at 9 o'clock local time is qualifying 1B, and plenty to look out for there. That is going to be a really intense session once again, as we look at the circuit flag and the Indonesian flag fluttering in a slightly gentler breeze than we've seen so far. Take a look at the recap and we'll be back with you shortly.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika on the spectacular island of Lombok. Now, qualifying gets serious for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. This is another 10-minute session. We're already coming up to 3 minutes into it. And this includes the fastest 6 from yesterday, plus Hunter Corney and Dexter Alfarezi, who just came through from qualifying 1A. So this is a straight shootout for the first 8 grid positions for race 1 and this afternoon, and race 2 tomorrow. There on your screen is the number 2 of Ramdan Rosley, number 25 of Dexter Alma. Just almost a hole, quite sharply there. So there's Miguel going through there. Now in the championship, it's probably going to take a minute or two before this session warms up. The championship here is pretty much a straight 3-way fight between Hiroki Ono, defending champion and championship leader, Ramdan Rosley, who kept him honest all the way through last year as well, and Sartak Shaban. And those 3 occupied the top 3 positions in race 1 and race 2 a year ago. So they have the benefit of experience on this track, as well of course as their talent. And out of those 3, Hiroki Ono was quickest on combined times yesterday, then it was Ramdan, but then it was Chirant Vishwanath. It was a little bit of a quiet day by the standards of Sartak Shaban. He was 4th quickest on combined times, so not a million miles away. But you'd have expected him to have been a little bit further up the order. Then it was Luis Miguel. And in championship terms, we've got Hiroki Ono on 124 points, 16 ahead of both Ramdan and Sartak. Both on 108, and then there's a drop to 80 points, and that is Luis Miguel, who's nevertheless had a really good season. He's had 1 DNF, which has damaged his championship chances. But he began with a podium, P3 in race 1, in Buriram, back in April. And he scored 3 P4s and a win in race 2. That's Sepang in round 2. Luis Miguel should have an effect on the championship by occupying some of the high-scoring positions. There he is, the number 8. I think it was interesting in free practice 2 yesterday for me, Daniel, was Hiroki Ono came out and did a fast lap early. So Hiroki Ono not running away with the title. He's got a 16-point lead, which is decent, but it's not the runaway performance that we saw last year.
Yeah, I think Hiroki, he's changed his approach now a little bit, knowing that this field is getting a bit more competitive. And I mean, you can see Luis Miguel, for example, a hot young talent from Spain, who's getting the hang of things, and Sartak, Chirant, Ramdan all improving their game. I mean, it's just a matter of time before Hunter Corney reaches that, and now of course we have new wildcards such as Dexa, Ramaputra, big names from different talent cups. Mind you, for example, Dexa was the talent cup 2nd overall in 2023.
Right. So
he's a special talent. This.
Yeah, these are slightly different bikes to ride. Pretty much race bikes. They are homologated for the road, but they're very, very trick machines. Hiroki Ono, this is a relatively early flying lap for him. He's on top of the timing screens with 1:45.1, which, had it been last year, put him on the front row. he was on the outside of the front row. He qualified third last year. Corney, who we saw quickest in qualifying 1A. 7th. Leaderboard. We've got 2 minutes to go before the checkered flag, so they'll complete this lap. Most of these riders are together, I think. Actually, Hunter Corney's not going to make it round for another lap. But it's Hiroki Ono sitting on top with 145.125. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Ramdan Rosley is next up on a 145.354. So another flying lap for these contenders. Kiran Vishwanath, who was third on combined times yesterday, is third provisionally now, and Sartak Chavan fourth, Luis Miguel fifth, Rendy sixth, Dexa seventh, Corney eighth. Hasn't really come close to his qualifying 1A time. Let's watch his sector times now. He's done his best sector 1, as has Dexa. Chiran going faster as well. And there we look at the number 1, the dominant, the brilliant. You can call him a veteran these days because he's got so much experience on light motorcycles, rushing the competition, not only in this championship, but also back home in Japan. Former GP rider, of course. Absolutely brilliant, and such a gentleman and such an absolute beast of a competitor. He really is one of the special ones. Hiroki Ono, absolutely ruthless as a competitor. There is Hunter, just getting the exit right there. He's done 3 good sectors. He should move himself up the order. Hunter Corney's moved himself up. That's a 146.2, so Hunter's still improving. Hiroki Ono that time was a 146. That time and the last time, because he took the checkered flag then. He has a 229 advantage at the top from his arch rival, the rider that keeps him honest just about every time he comes out in this category, Ramdan Rosley. Brilliant, determined, relentless Malaysian. Well, last year when he was here, he qualified third. This time it's P1 for the number 1 and the championship leader. Sartak slipping back on the second row behind Chiran and Hunter Corney. So it was a 145.125 that earned Hiroki Ono pole position. Then it was Ramdan Rosley, 145.354. Also in the 145s was Chiran Vishwanath, who's having a terrific weekend. Hunter Corney improving all the time, the young Australian. Sartak Chavan, by his standards, down in P5, third in the championship. Luis Miguel, 6th quickest, then it was Dexa Alma Alfa Razel, was 7th. Rendy will start 8th. And the rest of the grid positions will be determined by the results that we saw in qualifying 1A. So as Daniel goes down to speak to Hiroki Ono, there can't be many riders he's spoken to more often in these post-qualifying and post-race interviews. So we'll be going down to Daniel shortly, and we'll also take another look at that second qualifying session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Beautiful shot there across the gravel trap and looking towards the mountains. This shot is from turn 1, looking down to the final turn. Grandstand on the left, pit lane of course on the right. And there's the famous Pertamina Mandalika Hill. And in the distance there, your eyes don't deceive you, you can see the shores of the Indian Ocean and the waves lapping up against the shore. Let's take a look at that second qualifying session that determined those first 8 grid positions for this afternoon. There was a lot to play for here. The number 8, Luis Miguel, who could be, if not a championship contender, a championship spoiler. Got the hammer down early. And Chirag Vishwanath, who was strong all the way yesterday, just getting advantage taken by Hunter Corney, who's gotten quicker and quicker. He came through from qualifying 1A after topping that first session. Chirag looking really good for another podium finish this afternoon. And of course, in these short sessions, it inevitably comes down to the last turnaround. So at this point, the riders were getting ready for that last lap. And as they started it, that is Chirag Vishwanath, the number 4, going through with Hunter Corney. Dexter is the number 25. But Hiroki Ono had already banked a 1:45.125 early in the session. That would prove to be enough to start from pole position in race 1 this afternoon. Ramdan Rosley, as he always does, kept pushing, but Hiroki Ono stroked that TVS Apache across the line at the end of the session, already assured of his pole position. Ramdan Rosley would come through second, and Chirag Vishwanath third. They will be your front row this afternoon, and I believe that Daniel is with Hiroki Ono.
So Hiroki, it's another good qualifying session for you, another good start for this weekend. So can you tell us, how's this been, especially with the strong winds? And we know Mandalika is a tricky track at times.
Yeah, I'm very happy P1, but in qualifying my target is lap time is 44, but now I make a 45. Yeah, difficult condition because coming strong wind. Also, machine feeling not perfect, but I push 100%. I adjust to race 1. We will see race 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika, and welcome to the qualifying session. This is a straight 30-minute session to determine the grid positions for race 1 this afternoon and race 2 tomorrow. Time ticking down, the riders waiting for the right moment, whatever that means, to come out. As we're just looking there at the UMA Racing Yamaha of Daniel Shami. Good to see UMA Racing in this category as well. And also out on track there, Joshua Mbeo, another Yamaha rider. He's also been riding in the Asian Yamaha Blue Crew R3 series. And featured quite well yesterday, actually, Joshua Mbeo. Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, and second in the championship, that is Kritapat Kenkum, one of the most exciting riders to emerge in the latest generation of young prodigies for Yamaha Racing Thailand. There is the SDG, number 32 is the SDG Honda of Jacob Sablaya. That is Joshua Mbeo, as most of the riders come onto the circuit now for their outlap. Already some feistiness there from Mbeo. Not happy with riders going slow on the track, which is fair enough. Yesterday in free practice on combined qualifying times, it was Fadela Arbi for Astra Honda who was quickest, and next up, in fact the two riders next up were very good to see. Murabo Vitoni, the sensational rookie on board for Yamaha LFN, he was second quickest, and Aiki Oshii the Kawasaki was third quickest. As we just look at what upset Joshua Mbeo here, and it was the dawdling of the number 15 machine on the racing line on the exit to that turn. And fair comment, it could have been very, very dangerous. That was Longnan Zert or Victor Racing on the line there, so a lesson from him. Possibly a word in his ear later from race control. There's the number 44. Yes, it's red and white, but it's not a Honda, it's a Yamaha. That's the Yamaha of Reish Takahira, who's been threatening to put himself on the podium all season on the TY Antares machine. Very quick rider. He was here last year in TVS, took pole position. And you might have heard a few minutes ago Hiroki Ono saying he was targeting 144s. Well, Reish Takahira last year on the TVS was the only one to get into the 144s. So he knows how to put a fast lap together at Mandalika. Let's see what he can do today. Looking at some of the target times. Well, Fadela Arbi, championship leader, put in a best time of 147.227. And rolling back a year, it was Irfan Haikal, who is here again, who was quickest in qualifying. He did a 147.1. So we're looking for 147s basically as this session ticks away. Chao Vietnam into the 148s along with compatriot Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. So chipping away there, Reish Takahira probably going to clamber his way up the order. Fadila RV championship leader, running with 2 rev cuts, owing to his advantage over the competition in championship point terms. Fadila at the top of the timing screens at this early stage. There is the Victor Racing Yamaha of Izam Iqmal. Izam, one of the most exciting riders we've seen in this category this season. Had a few struggles yesterday. Just pick out where he was yesterday. Down in 18th with a 1:48.7. That was his best qualifying time yesterday. So something not going quite right on that Victor Racing Yamaha for Izam. Hopefully we will see that improving in the session. There goes Jacob Saplaya, the Filipino rider, on for FCG Hark Pro Honda Philippines. To give the team its full name. And number 13, Johan Reeves Emmanuel. And there is Izam getting ready to come out. Hopefully all is well with that R3. Chao Vietnam has stayed, he's improved, but he slipped to 4th because Reach Takahira, who we were looking at earlier, has done 1:47.879, and that is 6.5 tenths slower than RB. Last year's poleman Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, he's jumped up into 3rd. And we'll keep a watch on the timing screens for actually all these riders here. Got Galing Hendra, 56 on the Yamaha. 37 is Aiki Oshi on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. And just behind those two is the 108 of 2 times AP 250 champion, Andy Fadley. Returning from injury and looking much better this weekend as he gets on the road to fitness. Continues on the road to fitness, I should say. Gao Zhang is the other green bike behind Andy Fadley, and he's on the Team One for All Honda. So we've got a red Yamaha and a green Honda in this category, so you need to stay alert. Number 57 is Daniel Shami. He's doing a really good job. He's just closed the gap on RB to less than 4/10 of a second. Leg out there from Galang, BF Yamalu, so he's going to make a stop. Irfan Ardiansha, he was quickest in free practice 1 yesterday, the number 16 that went through. He not showing yet. I think he came out late, Irfan Ardiansha. But on combined times yesterday, he was 6th quickest. 1:47.7 was his best time. And a bit of a tangle there for Jacob Sablaya and Gao Zhang. 88 is Chandra Hermawan. Strong performance yesterday, a late crash, but looking good as normal. He was 10th quickest, 1:48.1, so he's definitely capable of getting into those 1:47s. 14 at the front of that group there is Kamin Kintal for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Andy Fadley goes inside of him. Zhang doing well to stay in this company. Hopefully that will lift him up the order a little bit. But still Fadila from Daniel Shami. Galang Hendra. Good to see the Indonesian legend Galanghendra going competitively. So he's currently third quickest ahead of Chandra, Reach Takahira, and then it's Irfan Haikal and Murabel Vitoni, who is currently on an outlet. Murabel Vitoni in with a championship shout. Fadila has a 21-point advantage. There he is, 21-point advantage over Kritapat Kenkum for Yamaha Racing Thailand. So it's a decent lead, but he did most of his point scoring in the first 3 races, so the first 1.5 rounds, since when his results tailed off a bit. And meanwhile, number 39, Kritapat Kenkum, has been on an improving curve. So it'll be interesting to see this weekend whether Fadila gets back on top, whether Kritapat continues his rise in this class. Good shot there of the number 39. He's got plenty of traffic around him, so he's probably going to try to either get to the front of this group or perhaps even come through pit lane to find himself some room. He's currently 9th quickest. This is not a quick lap for him, so it wouldn't be a bad strategy just to do a quick ride through and find himself some room on track. The riders he's running with there are generally not as quick as he is. Hey, RB looks on from his position on top of the timing screens and in the Astra Honda pit. And Ardiansha, the number 16 there with the pink helmet, looking for space on track. He's moved himself up into 3rd, 147.5. So currently the top 10 in the 147s. In 10th is Murabel Vitoni, who is improving on this lap with a quick sector 1. And on top is Fadila Arbi with a 147.2. So 0.725 between number 1 and number 10. 124 there is Iqmal for Victor Racing. He came out late. Looking for other luminaries here in this class. Gary Salim in as a wild card on the MS Glow for Men Honda. He's currently 7th, 147.8. He could well be taking points away from some of the contenders this afternoon. It's Galanghendra, number 56. So much experience in this category in World Championships. And we've seen him as well as in 250s. We've seen him in 600s in the Asia Road Racing Championship. And Daniel Shami, the number 57, you just saw on your screen there, he has jumped to the top and he is into the 156s, as is Reach Takahira and Murabel Vitoni and Kritapat Kenkum. They occupy the top 4 positions, and then it's Izam Iqmal who is getting some speed out of that Yamaha now after that late start. Fadila Arbi has been pushed down into 6th. He's currently in the pits, so he'll have something to say about that in his next stint, no doubt. 14 minutes remaining in this 30-minute straight shootout for grid positions in the AP 250 category. 30 entries, including a few notable wildcards. Gary Salim the most notable. Also got Joshua Mbeo, currently sitting 12th, who has been going well in the Yamaha Blue Crew Series. There's the 157 of Murabel Vitoni in the 146s. Best time we saw yesterday was 147.2. And the best time we saw last year was 147.196. That was the pole winning position position winning time of Irfan Haikal. So this is the fastest qualifying times that we've seen so far, by quite a margin from last season. So we've seen 1 second. Daniel Bogus has just rejoined me in the commentary box. Look at the lap times there for Daniel Shami, Rish Takahira, Murabul Vitoni and Kritapat and Izam Iqmal.
The bar has been risen, hasn't it? And they are really starting to come together. This is what we want to see into the second half of the season. The teams find a few things, the riders understand the bikes better. And again, the championship, just like in the 1000s, in the 250s, can start to change a bit. It's, of course, in the 250s, we're looking mostly at the top four, which it consists of RB, Kritapat, Izam, and Murabul Vitoni. But now you have Daniel Shami, who we know is such a good talent, Rich Takahira, who's due a good result, a podium at least. Chandra as well, who he'll be hungry for a good finish. Galang Hendra, a World Championship podium finisher on numerous occasions. Andy Fudley coming back into form. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and we saw those Kawasaki's going so well on this yesterday. On this occasion, Andy Fadley's on a 147.3, ahead of his teammate Aiki Yoshi, who's on 147.5. So those Kawasaki's still going well. Aiki was third on combined times yesterday. So it did gladden our hearts here in the commentary box to see those Kawasaki's on terms with the Hondas and Yamahas. And so good to see Andy Fadley looking like he's coming back to full fitness. So for another stint, with almost 11 minutes remaining, out comes Harvey, the number 93. You can see just trundling out of pit lane there. Doesn't seem to have been much of a break in this session, but there are 30 entries, so looks busy all the time on track. At number 99 there is Gary Salim, former AP 250 champion. Another rider who can take points away from the regular contenders. Davina Brittani, the number 24, in for Astra Honda, is there. Rish Takahira is there. Rish currently second, 46.3 for the Japanese rider. On the Chinese TY Antares Yamaha, cruising at the moment, Reach. Lots of time to go. Rider's looking for on-track position there. Reaches and wait. He's going to go to the front of this group and maybe break away. Some riders are going to want to chase him because they'll be aware of his record here at Mandalika. I think that was Aldiazic Axel. Sorry, Aldiaz Axel. 69, trying to go with him. There he is. Vina Brittani with them as well, as is the number 19 of Tonam Pu. So I don't think this group is particularly helping each other along. They start another lap. Let's watch the lap times. Murabul Vitoni has gone to the top, and he's gone into the 145s. 145.779 for Murabul. Wow. 147.1 was the pole winning time last season for Irfan Haikal. And a whole series of riders here, especially Murabul Vitoni, have absolutely smashed that. Kritapat, so in the 136s, 46s, 146.8. I've got him pole position comfortably last season, but it's 1 second off the best time set by Murabul. Then it's Daniel Shami, then it's Rish Takahira. It just shows you how well the regulations are working, Daniel, that we've got private teams up amongst the very heavily backed and well-resourced legendary teams like Astra Honda, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and so on.
Yeah, another one that's been impressing me now is Faris Putra, who's finally found himself into the top 15. He's in 12th run currently, and he's running with this fast group. Yeah, if you look even at NWA and SCK, it's pretty much a properly Honda-backed team, but still, like, they are putting in a good fight. The collaboration between the Malaysian and Indonesian outfit there. Yeah, look at Victor Racing, how they've really invested in Isa Mikmal. It's really paying off.
Yeah, it sure is. And the LFN backing of the number 157, Murabo Vitoni there, also backing off. He's got a 1:45.779 as his best time. Astra Honda's Davina Britani is the number 24, and he's got all over the back of that Honda is the Kawasaki of Andy Mohammed Fadli. So good to see him looking truly competitive again. Jacob Sublaya on the SDG Hawk Pro Honda, sticking with this group for the time being. Davina Britani goes to the front. Just over 6 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for the order to change. Fadila Arbi for the time being in 5th, but he is back out on track now. We'll have something to say about that for sure. And once again we have more than one screen full of track limits warnings.
See the pressure there from the Astra Honda boss.
For sure, yeah.
This is not the most clear-cut season that it's been for them in the AP250 class. Lots of challenges, and this is the home race as well. This is where Astra Honda is usually so dominant. Look at Dennis Shami, Rish Takira, Galang Andra, Krita Parani Fadli, Chandra, Irza Mikmal, Irfan Aikal, Irfan Adyansya.
Yeah, Fadila's got Galang Hendra behind him, so there's a whole load of quality there. But this 30 rider field, trying to find some clear space on track is not easy. Championship leader currently 5th. And the provisional 2nd row start. Galang Hendra just diving inside Joshua and Bayo there as they went into turn 1. This will be the riders' sector times to watch, I think, on this lap for the number 93. He has got himself a bit of space on track. Murabel, Daniel Shami, Reach Takahira, Galang Hendra, and then it's Fadila Arbi, then it's Kritapat. Fadli, the better of the two Kawasaki's. Chandra is a Mikmal currently 9th. Fadila has done his best 2 sectors. Bear in mind his best time is already 1:46.8. Oh, and that is the
Gaoxiang.
That's Gaoxiang for Team One for All. His qualifying session is over.
Gaoxiang, not the first time he's gone off track this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fast lap coming in from Fadila. Fadila Arbi Aditama, this time last week, he was making his way in Hungary in Moto 3.
46.3 for RB this time, so RB getting there. It's that first sector where he's been lacking a bit. He is down at least by 4/10 in sector 1 in comparison to the riders all around him. It could be down to the RPM deficit that he has. Sector 2, sector 3, where it starts to flow, that's where he can still make up some time, but it's not easy for him. You can see how hard he has to push just to get into the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's reminiscent of what we saw Herjan Atman going through this time last year.
Indeed. Remember how aggressive he had to be to just get that bike in a good position. Oh, that is close there. Oh, someone's bike's popping out small. I think that's Gary Salim's bike on the left of our screens. He's just gone off the track. That's a big chunk of bluish smoke coming out.
So that's out of the way and not going to cause any kind of problem or delay. Back with Reach Takahira, currently P4. Fadila Arbi improved by half a second, moved himself up to 3rd, just 2 places, so the half-second improvement.
I find it interesting though, Murba Bitoni, after the good stint he had, he hasn't come back out to try and improve on it. Maybe he thought 145.7 is enough, but this group is quick. They're finding fast sector times all around. All they need is one clean lap after this, and very quickly Murba might lose pole position. There goes Arbi making move in turn 16. He has Chandra in front of him, as well as Aldiaz just a little bit further ahead. So he'll get good drive into the first sector where he has been lacking.
Yeah, Arbi needs to get into turn 1 first if he possibly can. It looks as though he's going to do it, because this is the last time around. This is the lap that, as you said, Daniel, in this very quick group we're looking at now, it's going to determine the top handful of grid positions.
Currently fastest sectors in this session. Sector 1 is held by Kritapat, Sector 2 by Murabil, Sector 3 is held by Dano Shami, Sector 4 as well by Dano Shami. So Dano Shami in Sector 3 and 4 is rapid. But overall, Murba Vitoni, who's just come back out again, he has been the quickest. Sector 1, no one is impressing. No one is quick.
Including Arbi, who got away from the others, but he didn't make that work for him.
Yeah, the issue for Arbi there was definitely slipstream. I mean, he needed a good run into Sector 1, but slipstream is a huge factor. Izam there shaking the head because he's had to pull off from this lap a little bit.
Yeah.
So Izam 10th right now.
Absolutely, look at the quality here. Chandra Hermawan, Izam Iqmal going through there, Reach Takahira going through there, T.Y. Antares, Fadley going through. It's a really good competitive session from the former double champion.
Vietnam, another unfortunate session for him in qualifying, down in 14th, and he backed off in this lap. Just too much traffic around. It's tricky this for a lot of riders. Everyone's so competitive. It's really all about finding the absolute limits and the absolute best, and on this final lap no one's going to improve. Absolutely no one is on a good lap.
No, we know what the position is going to be. That is it for AP 250 qualifying. Almost everybody completing that session successfully. No bad crashes, just an off for Gao Jiang. But it does look as though Muraba Bitoni, with that genuinely record-breaking lap into the 145s. He's going to start from pole position this afternoon. Let's take a look. 145.779. Yamaha LFN's class rookie Muraba Bitoni will start from pole position this afternoon. Next to him is going to be Daniel Shami, Ahmad Sharil for Uma Racing. Fantastic performance from Shami. And then championship leader Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda. Rish Takahira will start from the second row alongside Galang Hendra and Irfan Ardiansha, who had another really good session. Starting from row 3 will be Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team and Chandra Hermawan. And Andy Fadley will start on the third row. And then Izam Iqmal, Irfan Heikel, who occupied pole position a year ago, and then Aiki Hiyoshi, and then Faris Putra will start 13th alongside Cal Vietnam and Joshua Mbeo. Gary Salim, former champion for MS Glow for Men, will start 16th. Next to him, Kevin Kintal, he was 17th. Gao Jiang, who went off late in the session, will start 18th. Astra Honda's Davina Brittani will start 19th, ahead of Nguyen Hu Tri. Aldia's Axel Ismail for Yamaha Baf Yamalu, Galang Hendra's teammate. Chen Chen Zhang will start 22nd. Fadil Agasani Priadi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia will start 23rd. 24th, Jacob Sablaya for STG Hark Pro. Then John Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Tonan Pu will start 26th for Streamer Yuzi Asia team. Jazil Jarami for Team ACR will start 27th. 28th, Liu Gang Yuan and Liongnan Zi will start 29th. And then finally, Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia will start in P30. We'll take another look at the highlights of that session. Just below the commentary position, they will come back into the technical area to have the bikes checked over. So let's take a look once again at the highlights of that AP250 qualifying session. So early in the session, there were still some riders hanging around a little bit, coming out late. One of them was Izam Iqmal, who seemed to have some early problems, but then ended up having a pretty decent session. Number 16 going through there, ahead of the 32. Number 16 was Irfan Ardiansha, who's been strong all weekend and proved to be again. Kawasaki is in the mix here at Mandalika. Has been a great thing to see. Number 56, Great Galang Hendra just ahead of them. Kevin Kintal goes through. We approach the halfway point in the session. It was Avi Aditama occupying the provisional pole position with a 147.228 ahead of Galang, Irfan and Daniel Sharmi. Chandra Hermwan and Kritapat threatening just behind them. There was Rich Takahira at or near the front for the whole session, occupied second place for a while. Murabal Bitoni meanwhile was getting faster and faster. Izam coming through strongly, and as we got more towards the business end, Murabal Bitoni came through really strongly and smashed his way into the 145s with 145.779, which would prove to be good enough for pole position. 1, 2, 4, Izam Iqmal starting 10th this afternoon, but Murabal Bitoni will start from pole position.
So Murabal Bitoni, it was a fantastic pole position, a really quick lap time, and you were quick yesterday in free practice, you're quick today as well in qualifying. It seems you and the bike are going really well. Can you tell us, how's it been out there and what is your expectation for this week?
Ya, untuk kualifikasi ini saya mencoba motor dari yang kesalahan FV3 kemarin, dan alhamdulillah bisa mendapatkan settingan itu, dan semoga di race 1 bisa memberi yang terbaik dan tetap mempertahankan posisi.
So he's saying that he was using the setup from FP3, I believe it was, for the session, and he's happy he managed to get the best result for this one, and he's hoping that for the race he can give another good result for himself and the team. Congratulations once again to you, Murabal. Good luck for the race later.
Welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. We are deep into Saturday morning qualifying. We've seen a whole lot of action, including the AP250 lap record just being smashed by Murabo Vitoni. Now we have a 30-minute qualifying session for the Supersport 600s, as you can tell from the sight and the unmistakable sound of the wailing four-cylinder 600cc machines. And yesterday's free practice was exciting enough. This rider featured all the way through, Tanat Longpliao, going really well for Honda Racing Thailand. He ended up 6th quickest with a lap of 1:38. 1:38, pretty much on the nose yesterday. Fastest yesterday was his compatriot, 1:37.885. So the gap separating the top 11, 12 riders, there is actually 9/10 of a second separating the top 14 riders on combined times yesterday. So as ever, this Asia Road Racing Championship Supersport 600 category providing incredibly close competition. This qualifying session is going to be no exception, and the race this afternoon is sure to be an absolute banger. Tanner coming off a successful weekend last weekend in the Chang International Circuit's Superbike Championship. They had their second round of the season last week, and he finished second by just a few hundredths from Apiwat Longtananon, who we will be seeing later. There's the fastest rider from yesterday, Anupab Samoon. We've seen some drama from the Thai rider this season. Problems in qualifying on 2 occasions. Seen him start at or near the back of the grid and come through. He currently sits second in the championship, and this is a really tight one. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, he's second, just 7 points behind Adananta Putra. So it's all about the Yamahas on screen currently. Anupab, Rosie Torikatula, who was just 9/10 off Anupab's best time yesterday. That's the number 36, rookie in this class. Fantastic show he put on in AP250s, as we see some frustration there with some riders going slow when other riders want to go faster. The sensation of yesterday, well, there were many great performances. We'll wait till he comes back on screen. I was going to talk about Rocco Sessler, the number 15, but there is Anupab, who's looked on it from the word go. So we've seen the Yamahas on screen. We have 3 Hondas at the top of the timing screens currently, ahead of Anupab. Helmi Asman, Tanat Longpliao. The order changes as they come across the line. Fastest rider now was one of the 2 rookie sensations from yesterday, Herjan Atnafredaus for Astra Honda. Herjan was good all the way through all three free practice sessions yesterday, ending up 3rd on combined times, 1:37.9. To put that in perspective, 1:37.855 was the pole winning time last year, and that was from the brilliant Veda Ega Pratama. So the pace is really hot here. Already a 1:37.717. One thing to watch out for here and we haven't seen any yet, is that they can use rear qualifying tyres. You'll know them when you see them because they have a green flash on them. But Herjan Atner has put in a 137.717, which would have been good enough for pole position in 2024 here at Mandalika on medium tyres. Adananta Putra, who made a good start in free practice yesterday but had a huge crash, uninjured thankfully, in the second free practice session, ended up 7th on combined times. He's currently 3/10 down on teammate Herjan, and then it's Wayne Agroho, who looks more and more consistent, quicker and quicker as time goes on. There's the number 27 of Kazma Daniel. Kazma Daniel Kazmaidin for Hongleong Yamaha. He had a good final session yesterday. He topped that final session. He was 4th overall on combined times. But I would say if you're looking for pace indications from yesterday, Herjan had really strong pace. Wayne Agroho had good pace. Kazma did do that very quick lap. I don't know what you think, Daniel Bogus, but I didn't see the consistency from Kazma yesterday.
Yeah, he just, he missed most of the first session due to a bike issue. Second session, he was struggling a little bit. And then, if I remember correctly, he had a tumble as well. And in the third session, he finally pulled it all together, but that's a lot of time lost. So he has only this session now to really find what he needs to find. I mean, it seems he did find something in practice 3, but this is a new day, so everyone else is making step up. You can see it with Kip. Oh, look at that from Adananta, that rear. How on earth did Adananta save that? I think we're going to get a replay of that because that was very close to a humongous crash.
And he's keeping it pinned as well. He's just been passed by Kitsada, but he didn't ease off at all.
Ah, that one.
So determined, Adananta. He's not championship leader for nothing. Number 18 is Kitsada Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand. That's Herjan Atner having a sensational weekend, taking that step that he needed to take. That's Adananta, the number 21. Absolutely destroyed his bike yesterday. Let's take a look at that incident.
Yeah, you can see he just tips it to the right, gets on the gas, and look at that, the rear wanted to spin away from him, but then he picked the bike up at the same time, changed direction. And I think that's really what saved him because he did go into where the tire was heading. Oh, that was quite the moment for Adananta. He might need a new spare pair of pants.
Well, he just stuck his leg out. He's going to come into pit lane. Perhaps that's on his mind.
Oh, what a moment, Adananta. But he's riding with confidence.
Yeah, he is. And while he was down on combined times yesterday after that crash, you know that his race form is going to be good. And I think we can also be confident that this young rider's race form is going to be good as well. Herjan Atner, while he was riding 250s and won the championship in 2024, he was looking for all the world to, I know both of us here in the commentary box right now, as a really good potential 600 rider. Now, as we enter the second half of the season, that seems to be coming to pass. There is Sherifuddin Azman, the number 63. 123 is the other Astra Honda. Razor Danica RNs.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Herjan, he's just found this rhythm about him and the swagger that he had in the AP250 class. He's brought it into the Super Sports 600 now in round 4. And this is a very good sign for the future of Herjan. Sherifuddin Azman as well, he was so silent. Him and Kip, they were so silent all throughout Friday, and suddenly they're looking really threatening. But we do still have qualifying tires. I don't think many riders have really given it 110%, but what is impressive, first till 14th is under a second. Rocco Sessler was so impressive yesterday with a 37.9. He's only managed a 39.1 after 6 laps, so something not quite going well for him there.
Yeah, some very clear body language there from Adinata Putra, explaining just what happened out there with that exciting moment.
Carls has gone up with a 138.3. Katsma's gone up into second with a 137.7. Anupap taking Carl with him to the wrong direction. Rocco still trying to find improvements. He's just not getting it on.
Yeah, I saw him trundle into the pits a few moments ago, but he was sensational yesterday.
I think it's because of the crash as well. Maybe the bike's just not responding the way he needs it to. That could really affect the geometry.
Yeah, he did that phenomenal lap time of 137.9 and then crashed. He was second on combined times yesterday, behind Anupam and ahead of this galaxy of 600 riders.
We haven't seen a German in the top 3 since Marcus Reiterberger, and Rocco now in the Supersport 600 in combined times yesterday. So impressive.
Yeah, so hopefully Team One for All can sort out that Yamaha and help Rocco on his way to a good starting position. There is Damok, Sherifuddin Azman. You said, Daniel, this has been a much better showing from him. Obviously a little more motivated perhaps in qualifying.
Anupam went very fast wide and Kasman seemed confused on what was going on. So it looks like everyone coming back in. I think we're going to expect green colored tires to come out soon.
Yeah, I think so too. We haven't seen any yet. Sometimes we see them early, but with no threat from the weather here, I guess they can confidently wait till later in the session. You can see there's still quite a stiff breeze blowing in.
Yeah,
it's the shores of the Indian Ocean, which is only a couple of 100 meters from here.
Yeah, but the wind is nowhere near as intense as it was yesterday. And yeah, speaking of the qualifying tires, I think this season there's not been on one occasion where it hasn't given them at least half a second of improvement. So I think that's why everyone's confident, because we saw Helmi last season, for the past 2 seasons, go out first in with qualifying rears, but I think they know now those tires will deliver the results. So get your early laps in on the normal compound, push on the qualifiers.
Yeah, and there are 5, 6 riders. Let me just get this right. No, there are 3 riders. The 3 fastest riders here have recorded times that would have put them on pole position a year ago.
With the race compound currently.
And that's, yeah, exactly, on medium tires.
Yeah, the conditions are ideal. It's on average 2 degrees Celsius cooler than it normally is around Mandalika. The wind as well, bringing some nice temperatures to cool the engine and the tires down, and the riders actually. So absolutely ideal conditions for racing, great conditions for fast lap times, as we've seen in almost every category. The real field currently is about just 27 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. So there's a rear-facing camera there. I'm guessing that was Rocco Sestler's bike. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Barry. Good one to be on board with. I really think that late crash from Rocco has it's either jogged his confidence or the bike is just not riding the way it was yesterday. He's not far, 1.4 off, but yesterday he was second fastest. His timing from the combined practice would have put him in 3rd currently. 4th, apologies.
Right. And second there. Enjoying a breeze. That's probably an electric breeze that he's enjoying there is Kazma Daniel. Good final session yesterday, good qualifying so far. We have 12 minutes remaining, and that will really be the business end as these guys come out on the qualifying rear tyres.
Good look at the coconut trees there, and the background of the Welcome to Segar Beach sign on the hill. beautiful weather this weekend in Mandalika.
It's an incredible place to come because we've got the noise and intensity of what's going on here, and just surrounded by the most beautiful beaches and mountains. There is Anupab waiting for his stint to come, no doubt, on qualifying tyres. He really enjoys his racing, whether he's starting from the front or starting from the back.
That shot looked like it was in the same pit garage, but I assure you this is two different Yamaha pits.
Yeah, it is. This is Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Sha Jin-tong, the first set out on the qualifying compounds. Some early quality time with his bike on track. He's the only rider out. There'll be conversations between him and this bike.
Yes, indeed. And this is really smart stuff for Victor Racing. They always do it to get some exposure. Sha Jin-tong, I don't think, has been going as quickly as he did last season.
Yeah, I mean, Sha Jin-tong made huge steps forward last year, but this season it seems like he's just gotten stuck a bit. Not sure exactly as to what's happening.
It can be tricky to be the sole rider in a category. Perhaps if there was somebody else to just spur him on a little bit, but anyway, he's doing a good job, and the graphics on the bike are getting better and better. A lot more high-vis yellow there, including on the fairing and the front wheel. Motorcycle racing in his home country, People's Republic of China. It's not the biggest sport, but it does exist.
Yeah.
And there are riders here who, like Shen Zhang, T.Y. Antaro's boss, and several others that do compete in China.
Here we got Gao Xiang, Liang Nansi as well, he competes there. It's quite a lively championship, really, and it's good that we have representatives like Sha Jin-tong coming in, and it will attract them to come and join the ARC Championship, because it's great for them to improve here as well, and it's great for us to see some representatives from different parts of the world.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think we might be on live stream on WeChat, the massive social media channel there. If you are watching there, then warmest greetings to you from Mandalika. Do stay with us. Because we've got some absolutely red-hot action coming up in the next few minutes. That is guaranteed.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The qualifying compounds are coming out for everyone. Saw there Herjun, Kip, Tanat, Dima setting out as well. Helmi Asman, Kid Sada, Jakipat Putusan. The 3 Honda tire riders all coming out together. Tanat's one I'm going to be looking out for here. He was quick yesterday towards the end.
Yeah, and he made a really bright start this morning as well. So that's the number 31. 18 is Kitsadat, and that's Honda Racing Thailand teammate, and just in front of him is Chakrapat Putisan. These two finished first and second in the Chang International Circuit Championship last weekend.
So looking around here, going up between the 3 of them. So Tanat now finally puts it down and starts. It looked like he was starting, but I assure you that's still slow.
Yeah, they need to get those tyres properly up to working temperature on that outlap. I have a feeling that this rider will have a slightly quicker start to this stint on qualifying tyres.
Cosmo wastes no time, he gets right on with it.
Wayu Groho, Ferozi Torakatula come out for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Anupab just behind them, the number 500, and then it's the 15. One of yesterday's sensations in this category, Rocco Sessler.
I'm sorry, it's so bizarre to see that from the 3 Honda Thailand riders. Why are they going so slow on an out lap when you have 3 laps maximum? In fact, because it's Mandalika, I'm not surprised if you only get 2 fast laps. So you need to get the heat. I'm not too concerned about the rear tire, but the front tire, we've seen how quickly the front washes away here. That front tire is cooling down rapidly when you just coast about like that. That's a bizarre tactic.
Yeah, well, that group of Yamahas we were just looking at. They were getting down to it, and so is Herjanatna, the number 46 at the front of this group. That's kept going through there. Number 44 there is Helmi Asman. Helmi has put himself on the podium here last year, and is more than capable of doing it again.
Helmi there with the confidence on the braking, are so aggressive and twitching a little bit on the exits. Here we go. The first flying laps will begin for these riders on our screens. Herjanatna, he's gone through sector 1 rapid. Sector 2 was decent. Look out for Herjan's lap time going through sector 3, however.
Yeah,
it's still quick, but it's not much faster.
Yeah, but to go quicker than he did before is quite a big ask with that 137.7 that he's already posted. It's Chakrapat, number 20 at the front there. Number 1, 2, 3 is Reza Danica. Adananta Putra, championship leader, in there as well. He's challenging Chakrapat, the number 20, 21, about to take 20. There he goes. He needs to find himself some space so he can make that qualifying rear tyre work. They've got really 2 flying laps they can absolutely guaranteed. They're not allowed to do more than 3 flying laps. That is the limit. They'll be penalised if they do more than that. So it's an out lap, maximum of 3 flying laps and an in lap. 89 is Wayu Nugroho, 500 is Anupam, 36 is Ferozi Torakatula.
Sector 1 times are coming in rapid, a really good one from Anupam. It's a 27.7, that's the fastest sector 1 of this session. Herjanatna 27.8, Kasper 27.8, everyone else is on 27.8s or 9s, but Anupam right now with a huge advantage in sector 1. And lap time wise, in sector 2, everyone's losing time in sector 2. Maybe that rear tire is giving too much grip there through the second fast turn.
Yeah,
so
pushing them wide.
It could be, yeah. So right now it's all down to sector 1, 3, and 4 for them to really utilize that qualifying rear. Here comes Anupam on the exit. It's a 37.9. Anupam improves slightly, but no one threatening Herjan still. Herjan still yet to complete his lap, so he's just got sector 4 left. Can he do a lower 37?
Yeah, Kazma, yeah, he hasn't improved his time either. It's not totally surprising. We have seen that before.
Herjan was close, 37.781.
Yeah.
So it seems that sector 2 and sector 3 maybe Helmi not even on the qualifying rears.
So, that's right, I was going to say, once again, it's not the first time we've seen Helmi trusting the race tyres more than the qualifier.
I was almost certain he had qualifying rears on. Let's take another look. I'm pretty sure green is on both sides, but I'm just not seeing it on Helmi's bike. So let's get a shot from this angle, because he must have given it a shot. He's not gone any faster without it. If that's the case, then yeah.
No, he's staying with the mediums.
That's strange from Helmi. I mean, you would have at least given it a chance.
Yeah, he's got time to make up too. He hasn't broken into the 37s yet.
Rocco, who's gone out with his qualifying compounds, has improved slightly to a 38.9, but still far from what he was doing yesterday, a 37.9. Wayu Nugroho goes up to top with a 37.345. The qualifying compound for Wayu, and Faruzi working an absolute treat. Yamaha Racing Indonesia first and second. Wayu on first, Faruzi on second. So for Yamaha Indonesia, the qualifying tire doing the job. And I have so many questions now, mainly on Helmi. Why didn't he go into qualifying compounds, giving it a chance? Because for Wayu, and he's going even faster now, it's working.
That's absolutely phenomenal teamwork, and another qualifying lap record.
Oh, he's gone faster in sector 1. Wayu might dip into 36 for the first time ever in the Supersport 600.
Are you getting better and better? This is his 3rd season in Supersport 600s.
Oh, Rocco's posted a good sector 1 as well. Rocco's getting into it. Ah, but sector 2 again.
Yeah, this is going to be the last chance for Rocco to make that.
Oh, Wayu's down! Wayu's down, the front tucks away. Oh, that was so close.
Pushed so hard, the adrenaline means
Oh.
that he's back on his feet and he's running, but he is currently holding on to a qualifying lap record here at Mandalika.
Let's see what happened. The front, again, is similar to Azan Shah's crash yesterday. Just tipped the bike in. The front was just washing away. We're just waiting for the replay now.
So back in the Astra Honda pit,
Oh, there's concerns there.
their championship leader, Adinanta, is down in 8th currently.
Rocco went up to 11th. Kazma has just done a 37.4. Kazma goes into 2nd. So nearly a 37, a low 37 for Kazma is that sector 4 with that lost in time. But Wayu Nugroho, let's see what happened. He tips the bike in. This is exactly the same as Azan Shah's crash, and the front just went away. Oh, but the good thing for Wayu, the bike didn't tumble around and he got up immediately. So,
Yeah,
and it could have been a 36 had he pushed on forward.
yeah.
Potentially a 36. He was 3/10 up in sector 1 alone.
Yeah, he's furious with himself, but he's still on provisional pole, and the checkered flag is about to be waved. And I think he's got that pole, Daniel.
Yeah, I think everyone's cooked that qualifying rear. But this is a strange one. I was about to mention Helmy again. Why, oh why did he not try the qualifying rears? I mean, it wasn't early on in the session. I don't think I saw the qualifying rears on.
No. We have seen him go better on mediums, but that isn't good enough for Helmy. That's a P9 start.
I mean, the qualifying compounds have proven their worth every run.
They're getting better, aren't they?
Yeah, so.
And they've worked here once again at Mandalika. Qualifying lap record for Wayu Nugroho. And Kazma Daniel just 1.5 tenths behind.
You know, I really thought when the second half of the session came out, when everyone came out on qualifiers, I really thought Helmy had qualifying rears on, but it wasn't the case.
That was one sensational lap of Wayu and Ferozi working together. Ferozi really made that work. Helmy's going to be disappointed with this. So it was a 1:37.8 qualifying record set last year by Vader. And that record has been comprehensively destroyed by Wayu Nugroho. The Indonesian getting better and better now, really finding his way, and he will start from pole position this afternoon, 1:37.345. Just a shade behind him, still in the 37s. Kazma Daniel, then it was Ferozi Torakatula who accompanied Wayu on that record-breaking lap. Then Herjanatna Firdaus, he will lead the second row. Alongside him will be Sharafuddin Azman and Karel Idampawi. Anupab will lead the third row. So he's second in the championship. Championship leader will start next to him in P8, Adinanta Putra. So plenty of surprises in that qualifying session. Helmy Azman will start 9th. And 10th is Kitsadar Tanachot. Rocco Sessler came up to 11th, so he'll start on row 4. McKinley Karlpaz 12th. Tanak Longpliao underperformed our expectations and his, no doubt, in that session. He's going to start 13th. Dimas Eki on the MS Glow for Men Honda will start 14th. Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda is going to start 15th. Jakrapat Pudisan did a 1:38.9 and Shajin Tong a 1:41.656. About 0.7 of a second slower than his qualifying time last year for the Chinese rider. We're going to have a look at that qualifying session, which really came down to the final 8 minutes. Although we did see some really good race setup work from the likes of Herjan Sharifuddin Asman and Karolidin Powie. Anup going to start in 7th, so we're guaranteed fireworks in race 1 this afternoon. Blue skies, lush green mountains, and one hell of a racetrack. This is the part of paradise that is Lombok Island that has been paved, and we have this phenomenal racetrack here, by which I mean, yes, it's got 17 turns, 11 right, 5 left, but it's the way those turns go together. It's a fast flowing track, got plenty of flowing sections, which makes the likes of Yamahas really competitive around here. Sweet handling Yamahas, and makes for some really good close racing. We saw it last year, and we are absolutely going to see it this afternoon. So all Yamaha front row this afternoon. Let's see how that happens. We're looking at the 3 Honda Racing Thailand CBR 600s of Tanat Longpliao, Jakrapat Pudisan and Kitsadar and Tanat Chot. They were out early and on it, and Ferozi Torakatula 36 getting better and better. There's another class rookie who really came through so strongly yesterday. Herjanatna Firdaus had another really good session, and he did a really good time, 137.7, which would have earned him pole position, and he did that on medium tyres. And as he did yesterday, Herjan showed really strong pace throughout the session. That was the big wobble there from Adananta Putra. Casper Daniel came good late in the day yesterday in the third free practice session, carried that form through to qualifying. Number 27. Wayuna Groho again, great pace all the way through yesterday. Consistency at Wayuna Groho. We got used to seeing flashes of brilliance and then perhaps not converting into race results, but this season is turning into a good one for the young Indonesian, for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He went out as we got down to the that was just after that phenomenal lap, and he dumped it trying to go even faster, but that won't affect the starting positions this afternoon, not at all. Neither will it affect his position in the record books as the holder of the fastest ever qualifying time. Helmi Asman there, the number 32, starting down in 8th. Daniel is, I think, ready for us. He is with Wayuna Groho, who's our pole man for this afternoon.
Well, you had an unfortunate crash at the end, but you smashed the lap time. It was really a good session from you and your teammate Faruzi as well. Can you tell us what was different this time that really made that happen?
Yeah, first, Alhamdulillah, I was after crash, no, nothing. Yeah, but this is my first pole ever. So yeah, it's because of teamwork and the support from the family and the team also. So yeah, we already prepared this. Like we very lucky because last few weeks we have national championship here, so we can make a lot of data. Then yeah, we got this.
So this season has been a really remarkable season for you. It's so much better than the previous times on the 600s. Can you tell us what is different this year that has helped you a lot?
Yeah, first it's because of the team support also. They give the rider more support, and like also the for me and Virus also we try to improve ourselves, because yeah, as we know here we need to always improve our skills to be on the top group.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the race later.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Welcome back to this thrilling morning of qualifying for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, coming to you live from Pertamina, Mandalika. We are now into the 3rd and final stage of underbone qualifying for race 1 this afternoon, and that is Super Pole. And Super Pole, just to refresh, is for the fastest 10 riders from qualifying earlier this morning from the qualifying 2 session. That's Shirat Sauki going out, who has been among the top contenders all the way through practice yesterday as well as qualifying this morning. So these riders go out at 20-second intervals. The idea being, of course, to isolate the performance of the machine and the rider. So accurate riding, really, really important here. Nobody knows that. Oh, and on his outlap, Waiwaji Trilaksana, the owner of Racetech 60 racing team and a 2-time underbone champion, crashed on his outlap just before he came across the start line. So he started with very low momentum. He's going to make the best of that, but he's going to be pumped full of adrenaline, furious at himself, but he now has to make the best he possibly can. That's going to mean that the next rider out, which was Aditya Fauzi, oh, what is going on? So something very, very wrong with that for Waiwaji Trilaksana. Such an experienced rider. But let's go back. Daniel Bogus has just returned, so just to recap slightly, Waiwaji Trilaksana crashed at the end of his outlap and early on his flying lap. So that was the first one. The second one. But there is Idemitsu FIM, who is the next rider out. Idemitsu, 9th quickest in qualifying 2 this morning. He's the next rider out. So absolute shocker at the start of this Super Pole session.
And a rare mistake from Moyoji. Well, this season's been
twice.
Yeah, this season is.
Rider of his quality, his experience, it's really difficult to fathom what happened there. But Idemitsu FIM going so well on this Honda.
I love that controller shifting as well. He just left that final gear change really late just to keep the bike planted. That was nice from Aditya. And he comes across his decent 56.7.
Okay, 56.7. That's now the target. And for Super Pole last season, the fastest lap was a 155.8, and that was with Faraz Putra. Of course, is in 250s this season. John Emerson Gito goes across to clock 58.3, so that's his effort done. Fajrul Sham coming through next.
Oh, 56.6 for Fajrul, so he goes first.
So improvement of a 10th or so. Shiratsaki here. He's been making his presence felt all the way through practice yesterday, and of course in qualifying, which is why he's here now. 157.8 for the wild card. So let's take a look here at Fajrul sector times. So the slowest 5 riders go out first, then we have the quickest ones.
Fajrul there on his out lap. Sorry, coming in lap. You see Sal on from Dunlop. Looking around. Make sure everyone's happy with the tyres.
Yeah, I reckon he gets more steps in than you do, Daniel.
Oh, 100%, 100%. So we're going to see both of the crashes in Wayaji.
Yeah, this the mystery of the day. Here we go. So there he is in turn.
So it's the first one.
That's turn 17, the final turn. Gets totally messes up his momentum.
Oh, I see it. I think there's a bit of oil leak from his bike. You can see the tire looks shiny. I think there was oil leaking onto his bike.
That could explain it, yeah. Because otherwise, what is the explanation?
Because he wasn't on a push on the. He wasn't really pushing that hard on the first crash, and then the second one he was just tipping it in. He barely had any lead on the left, and it is the first time you get on the left after the first turn coming in, and then another right, and then onto left immediately washed away. So it looks to me like there must have been a bit of oil in his tire or something from his bike, because that's bizarre. The first one maybe just rider error, but that second one 100%.
Yeah, yeah. I can't think of a more likely explanation than that. So the next group of 5 riders will be lining up in similar fashion very shortly. They will be in order: Gavita Krishna, Anriswanto, Fahmi Busam, Daniel Demar, and Dimas Juli Atmoko. With the assistance of Slipstream, Dimas did a 152.2. The Super Pole record is 155.8. So let's see what Dimas can do. Last year in Super Pole, he did 56.2. That was good enough to give him a starting position in 4th, behind Husni Zainal Fauzi, who didn't make it through to the top 10 in qualifying 2. He missed the cut. He was 11th quickest. So 3rd row start.
Yeah.
Sorry, 4th row start for Husni.
So if those are wondering why we haven't gone back onto action, they're currently checking the oil from Wayu's bike, because like we were looking at it, it has to be oil that's coming off of his bike. And since he did come down, and since there was oil in his tire probably, well, potentially, we don't know for a fact, but it looked like it, they're checking just to make sure. So you can see the oil flag being indicated on the LED board as well. So this is why we're pausing a bit, just for the safety of the riders, so they don't go out and make an error there. And I think checks are done. Doesn't look like there's too much. So sometimes with an oil leak, it can just be very minimal, that it does get onto the wrong part of the tire when they enter, but it doesn't get on the track. But this is a safety measure just to ensure that there's nothing on the track to disturb them.
It's unlikely that there is, because the other 4 riders followed him.
Precisely, yeah.
So first out in the second group of 5 will be former 2 times champion Gupta Krishna, teammate of the runaway championship leader Husni Zainal Fauzi, and indeed the only other rider who's won an underbone race this season. He's had an injury as well. It was a shoulder injury, wasn't it, with Gupta? Looks very much back to full fitness now. Once again, they come out at 20-second intervals. Third out is defending champion Fahmi Bassam. This is a big day for him, so this championship doesn't slip away quite yet. He's 70 points behind Husni Zainal Fauzi, but Husni not having things all his own way this weekend. Daniel Demar, another sensational wild card so far this weekend, and surprise, surprise, another Yamaha LFN HP 969 rider. The last rider out, Dimas Juliet Moko, who did a really good job of beating the qualifying record this morning. Seen a few records tumble today, Daniel, in qualifying.
We have. It's been really an impressive weekend for racing, everyone improving. The conditions have been perfect. The riders are really flourishing.
That is the start of Gupta's flying lap. Target is Fajr Sham's time of 1:56.6. Fahmi Bassam, Super Pole last year, did a... Well, he didn't record a time. He had a problem in Super Pole last season. Hopefully this will be straightforward here. Very distinctive knees out wide, tucking in position that he adopts.
Sweet Murba Vitoni as well that did that style, wasn't it?
Kind of looks ungainly, but it works.
Yeah.
It certainly doesn't not work.
Yeah, but then he's changed it a bit this time though. Look at that. So,
yeah,
maybe maybe the comments we've made about aerodynamics have been taken into account. He used to be Murba Vitoni as well, with the, as you would say, the legs akimbo. Fami Basam is on it. Fami, oh, Gupita. He ate a lot of the rumble strip there. Is that... I'm trying to recall, is that turn 9? Because if it's turn 9, that's track limits. Sorry, no, yeah, that's it looks like it was turn 14 because he's coming into turn 16 now.
Yeah,
Pretty sure turn 14 is track limits if you run over there. So we'll see the announcement soon. For now, Fami Basam still on it. Fastest sector 3 from Fami Basam. Gopita goes third fastest. And Riswanto on turn 3 he'll be in a decent spot. Fourth, yeah, there we go. Not bad at all from Andreswanto.
Fajrul Sham, we could see in the technical area looking apprehensively at the timing screens, but he's still on top. Here comes Fami.
Nearly a moment for Fami, but he goes
there
first.
He goes. 1:55.4.
Another
Could
great.
Could very well seal it.
55.4, 1.1 is the gap now. Dimas is going faster. By first, Daniel Damar. The wildcard for LFN. Here he comes. A promising talent from Indonesia. Daniel Damar comes across the line. Oh, lost time somewhere. So he goes 6th, but Dimas is on it. He's a 10th up on this lap. Fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2. On the gas, tucking in nicely there. Dimas across the line. 55.3.
55.3, that does it. The last man out, fastest in qualifying, last man out in Super Bowl, and he goes to the top. So, Daniel, you're going to have your second chat with him today. Daniel makes his way down to the technical area and the neighbouring Park Fermé. But what a morning Dimas Juliet Moko's having. He's always had the speed, going back 2 or 3 seasons. But he's a really good racer these days, and that has been a sensational morning's qualifying for him. Smashed the lap record this morning, and with that 1:55.309, that's probably another record fallen. I'll check that in a minute. But Fami Basam, important day for him, defending champion, second quickest. Third, Fajrul Sham. He's going to start from the front row, and leading the second row, Aditya Fauzi, with Gupita Krishna and Anne Riswanto. Alongside him, Daniel Damar, another of the sensational wildcards in this weekend. He's going to start 7th, as will another one, Shirat Sauki. So we'll have another look there. It was a session that was bizarrely interrupted by those 2 crashes. Was another. Oh, and looks like an oil pipe's come off and spilt a little bit of oil, so they're going to get that bike out of the way. You can see just how efficient these marshals are. Strap to lift up the back wheel and carry it away. So I think we're ready for an interview, if Dimas is back already. So just take a look at that view from first turn down to the final turn, turn 17. And we'll probably find out what happened to YYG Trilaxana shortly when Daniel returns to the commentary box. So do stay with us. We've got a 40-minute qualifying session coming up for the big boys, the ASB 1000s, yet to come. They're due on at 11:10, so that slight delay won't affect our schedule. it's blue skies and breezes. As Daniel, underneath me, walks into Parc Fermé, having captured Dimas Juliet Moko. So we should be hearing from them very shortly. So we're ready to go with Daniel and Dimas Juliet at Moko.
So Dimas, it's another perfect session from free practice, qualifying, and then now in Super Bowl. Tell us, how have you done this so smoothly this weekend?
Alhamdulillah untuk di Super Bowl ini saya mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik, berada di top pertama. Alhamdulillah juga dari setup dari FV1 saya mencoba persiapan untuk Super Bowl. Alhamdulillah mendapatkan tem yang baik dan karakter yang mesin saya inginkan. Di FV kedua saya mencoba untuk persiapan race 1. Alhamdulillah juga saya mendapatkan top pertama, dan di KTT saya mendapatkan top pertama, dan di Super Bowl juga saya dapatkan top pertama. Semoga di race 1 ini dan di race 2 mendapatkan juga hasil yang terbaik, kalau bisa podium dan rezeki. Dan untuk teman-teman semua, doakan saya sampai race.
So a brief transition what he said in the free practice, he was working on race setup in the free practice 2 and the Super Bowl setup really before that, and he's grateful that he managed to get first then in the second practice, first in qualifying, first in Super Bowl, and he's hoping that he'll have a good result from the efforts for the race 1 and race 2, and he's hoping that everyone back at home can pray for him as well for this coming race. A big congratulations to you again, a fantastic weekend so far, good luck.
The Super Bowl session started with drama with Waiwaji Trilaksana, but we did see a pretty solid performance coming in from the first group of 5 riders out, and number 11 Patrol Sham here was the mysterious crashes. Daniel Bogas correctly deduced that was, and you can see how shiny the left side of Wayu's tyre was. There was oil on that tyre, luckily didn't spread to the track, and the session continued without any further ado or any mishap. There's Aditya Fauzi going through 156.749 on the Honda. Fajrul Sham was the next rider to come through and posted a time that would stand at the top for quite a while. 156.6 for the veteran Malaysian for Cardinals Factory Racing, and then defending champion. Big day for Farming Basam to stop Husni Zainal Fauzi, who was not in the Super Bowl session, from running away with the championship. He went to the top with a 155.481. But here was Dimas Juliet Moko, who smashed the qualifying record this morning, and then would continue to go through and smash the Super Bowl record as well. So he will start from pole position this afternoon. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, it will be for the qualifying session for the ASB 1000s. So stay with us at Pertamina Mandalika for the final qualifying session of the morning.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhance performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.
Very warm welcome back to Stefan. That is the grid ahead of the Super.
We are back on track here at Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit for the final qualifying session of this beautiful Saturday morning in Lombok for the ASB 1000s. A super competitive category with 9/10 of a second, covering the fastest 10 from the 3 free practice sessions yesterday. And we're just going to watch the riders coming out, because we hear that one of the sensations, if not the sensation of qualifying of free practice yesterday, Cameron Dunker, the 17-year-old Australian, might be out with sickness. So we'll just keep our eyes on the screens and see if we see Cam. But if he's not out, then disappointing, because
he is out.
He is.
Yeah, he's come through sector 2 and 3, so it's good to see that.
So Aussie Grit has taken him onto the circuit. Let's hope he can find a way of continuing the form he found yesterday, because he did a best time, 1:35.743. But what impressed most was that at his first visit here to Mandalika, he just chipped away, and did better and better as the day wore on. Did his best time in the late stages of the 3rd free practice session yesterday. Absolutely sensational for the Australian and for MotoGo Yamaha. On screen there, with sensation from last year here was Lachlan Effis, who scored his first podium in race 1 when he finished 3rd. Be great to see a repeat of that. There were many notable performances yesterday that we'll look to pick the bones out of. Afiwat Wongtananon was quickest on combined times. That again was late in the day as he got his bike sorted out. So Afiwat was quickest on 1:35.592, and then it was Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team. Now Hafiz was at or close to the top in every session yesterday. His pace was absolutely irresistible, and so just based on his pace you'd have to fancy Hafiz for the victory this afternoon. Be really interesting to see now, having found his form yesterday, how that number 24, the A1 Energy BMW, with Afiwat Wongtananon on board, will carry that form through to qualifying this morning. He's running, I think I saw, Daniel, a medium front and a hard rear. We did see a few combinations yesterday. Number 12 there is the MotoGo Yamaha of the ailing Cameron Dunker. Let's hope his strength hasn't been sapped too much. There's Kito Abe, championship leader. Scored first and a second, taking away 45 points last time out in round 3, which was at Motegi, his home round. There is Cam Dunker, number 12. Best time 1:35.743. As I said, he got progressively quicker and quicker. We don't know how his stamina is going to be, though, if indeed he is sick, just running off there.
It's going to be a big challenge for him. Hopefully it's not affected too badly. He was so good yesterday, and it'd be a shame because this is the first time we've seen him this competitive. Whoa.
Yeah, it was a breakthrough day yesterday for Cam.
Speaking of which, Lachlan's just clocked in a 35.9, which I believe is his fastest time of the weekend, so he's 4/10 faster today already. He's not wasting any time. He really looked like he meant business the second he came out, and he's gone faster. Another 35.9.
Yeah.
Hafiz 36.6. Oh, moment there for Afsharin. His leg slipped off the peg as he was exiting.
Yeah, running hard front, hard rear once again. We have seen probably more experimentation on that Ducati than with the other bikes. Sakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, he came back in quick. A few riders came back in after just a couple of laps, so maybe either trying to conserve energy or trying to find that setup. The weather is a bit different from previous, not much wind, just a very, very light breeze.
Yeah, we just saw the number 20 on track. There's the 24 and the 25. 24 and 25, the A1 Energy BMWs of Apiwat and Aslan. And thinking about the race, I thought Aslan's performance all the way through yesterday was strong. He ended up 5th on combined times, but the times were so tight. That was only 0.282 off Apiwat's time.
That's a brand new bike, so for Aslan took quite a bit of damage.
Enjoying his riding, as we were saying yesterday. We haven't seen him fitter or possibly happier than he is this weekend. No podiums yet for the Malaysian in 2025.
So Cam is improving quite a bit, 37.0, so he's starting to put in some decent lap times, so good to see that he's pushing on forward. Luckily, I think he's happy with that 35.9 in the first stint out.
Yeah,
that's what he needed to do.
Looks like he's rediscovered the fast way around, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's only 4/10 off the fastest time, so a job well done. 4/10 off of the fastest time from combined practice yesterday, and currently the fastest. Kito Abe improving through sector 1. Hafiz Sharin after that slight error. He's gone faster in sector 1, sector 2. So Hafiz is on it. Fastest sector 1 for him so far, but still off the mark a bit from Laughlin's 35.9.
All the way through yesterday, I thought Hafiz's form was ominous. Every session he was up there. That JDT team and Hafiz and the bike all looking as though they're working beautifully.
Yeah, I think Mandalika suits his riding style as well. Hafiz is a silky rider, so Mandalika flows nicely.
Hafiz goes to the top of the 135.2.
Oh, that's the fastest time of the
we've seen
weekend.
this weekend. Sorry, Daniel.
Yeah, 35.2. That's a huge improvement for Hafiz. Looked like he was struggling a bit, and Akito with his personal best as well. Again, Kito, he always saves it for when the moment counts. 35.398. Apiwat 35.6. So big improvements for Hafiz, big improvements for Kito.
Number 20 there is Azroy. He's improving as well. Good sector 1 for the Malaysian class rookie. Got Kito at the back just behind him. Good sector 2 from Azroy. Cameron Duncan not showing any signs of sickness yet as we get to the quarter-way point in this 40-minute session. 30 minutes remaining. Yeah, you're right, Daniel. Kito does respond to the moment of his qualifying, or especially in the race.
Yeah.
And of course, as we look at that SDG Hawk Pro Honda, inevitably our thoughts go to Hiroki Ono, who we lost here at Mandalika tragically in 2023.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi was a special one.
He
And
was a scintillating talent.
we do miss him greatly.
Absolutely we do. And Kito Abe doing a really good job for SDG. Championship leader. Ahead of this man, Hafiz Shirin. And it's a five-way fight, as you were saying in your introduction earlier. There's a real five-way fight on for the championship this season.
Hasan Shah was on fire as well. I mean, it's a bit far, but and as always, racing, you can never say never. He mathematically still could. It is a bit far-fetched, but we just never know. It's going to take a lot, but yeah, for now, 5 riders really in contention.
Yeah, just 16 points separating Kito Abe, Hafiz, Azroy, Nakarin and Zakwan.
Cam's improved to a 36.6. It's still 9/10 shy of his fastest, but still looking decent for him. He's found the rhythm still, despite being unwell.
Nakarin in the pits. He worked hard yesterday and got close. Not quite close enough. There is Apiwat, third, quickest yesterday. Looks as though he's really got to grips with this BMW now. Had a pretty rotten outing at Motegi last time, but has put that behind him. And good to see this rider back as well, the number 23, Andy Farid Izdihar. He was 9/10 off the best time of Apiwat yesterday. But it's good to see him fit enough to be back on the bike. That, of course, is Aslan Shah. Debriefing, and I'm predicting a good weekend for the veteran Malaysian, now 41 years old. There goes Andy, and just coming out onto track, I think that was Lachlan Epis coming out for Savitar BMW. That's Azroy Hakim Anwar there in the pits. Azroy yesterday rather overly self-effacing, saying he was learning to ride fast. Well, he's third in the championship, 10
And
points
only 10
adrift.
points, yeah.
So I think the learning process is going pretty well.
Here's Andy Farid. Andy Farid currently in 10th, and he's improving through sectors 1 and 2, so he's trying to find a bit of improvement. He's still recovering after his injury, missing out round 3 in Motegi.
Yeah, back in the JDT pit after yet another good stint for Hafiz Shirin.
Bit of a moment there for Andy Farid as he tips the bike into the flip to the right. Round he comes now. So Andy is trying his pushing, and interestingly enough, medium option for him. So maybe just to get that qualifying time in, but yeah, he must be confident with his race setup already. 36.8, he goes up 1 position into 9th, pushes Nakarin down to 10th. Nakarin hasn't done so well for his first portion of qualifying.
Yeah, yesterday Nakarin was quite fast, but he was quite a long way down the order all the way through, because there's so little to choose between, just 2 or 3 tenths usually just off, but that would be enough to push him down to 5th, 6th or 7th.
Yeah, I mean, overall he finished 4th, and it was just because he had a really good practice 3. And even then, it was just that a couple of good laps. Just seems to be struggling to get the consistent pace here.
And we know what a gritty racer he is as well. What an effective racer. Second season now in ASB 1000. It's been a busy few months for Nakarin. He's, as well as doing this, he's been standing in for Mario Suryo Aji in Moto 2. He's done 5, Daniels, that's right. 5 Moto2 rounds.
5 rounds, yeah. And he did really well in the last one as well. Clocked in the, if memory serves me well, 18th fastest race lap time amongst 24 riders. If I remember correctly, around there. So
that's so competitive.
So he did well. He was only a second off David Alonso's fastest race time.
Yeah, really good work from him. And of course, the small matter of doing the Suzuka 8 hours while all that was going on as well. So a very busy boy indeed, Nakarin.
Speaking of which, look at his lap time. He is going to jump up quite a few positions. It should be a higher 35 from Nakarin. Nakarin comes across the line. Ooh, 35.9. He goes 6th.
Differential 0.7 and just a hundredth slower than Aslan, who is in 5th. Zakwan Zaidi, 0.9 off the top time. Yet another championship contender. There goes Lachlan. Put in that, he banked that early lap, 135.9. And he looked relieved that he stitched together that time. He's looking quite confident, squeezing that front. Is he on a hard front? I couldn't quite see that.
He's on a hard front.
Really
medium rear.
Squished that into the tarmac.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't like an error or anything. He was just confident in the brakes and really braking hard. This is the most confident we've seen Lachlan all season. It's good to see, and the lap times are reflecting that. Fastest top speed of this session clocked by Alfa Sharin. In comparison, just to show you the comparison of the Yamaha versus the rest. Hafiz with a 282, Cameron Dunker at 264. That's 18 kilometers per hour of a gap in a track that doesn't have many straights.
That's right. Yeah, no, this is good because it does mean you can be confident that the Yamahas are going to be competitive. As Lachlan rumbles past our commentary position, just above Park Plumé in pit lane. Back with Andy Farid. 136.4, putting the work in. He was such a strong rookie back in 2023. Good season in 2024 as well. This season, not so much, and then he had the injury. So 2025 hasn't been so kind to Andy yet, but we know his quality. Just looking, best results so far have been 2 P6s, 1 in Buriram, 1 in Sepang, and he missed Motegi with injury. And now he's back, but when he does come back to full strength, then absolutely he will have an effect on the championship as he takes points away from the top contenders. Keita Abe getting busy with the laptop there.
Shigeki Honda, they're communicating with the team in the garage. I think he's trackside right now, as he always is.
Yeah, absolutely master tactician he seems.
And he's always trackside, always analyzing what's going on with the bike, and I think that's kind of what separates them as well, because you get a really good view trackside on what the movement looks like.
Yeah, of course they're running a 250 with Jacob Sublaya as well, and he was out on the circuit yesterday, looking at his performance through under braking, through corners and so on. 16 there, as we just passed the halfway point in the session, is Teo Zhou. His best lap, 145.5 so far.
Ooh, Joe Francis has just improved his time to 137.2. He closes the gap to under 2 seconds aboard the Victor Racing Yamaha R1. Currently out on track, Azlan Shah, Nakarin, Ali Farid, Cameron Dunker has come back out as well. Joe Francis, Choyu Joe on screen. So Cam's on his out lap. Azlan Shah has just begun his flying lap.
Yeah.
I've yet to see whether they've got qualifying rears on. I don't think they would yet.
Yeah, it's time to start checking though. But as we were saying in the 600 practice, because the weather's nice and stable here right now, nobody needs to rush to get the qualifier on. Joey there running hard front, hard rear. Top 3 in the pits. Hafiz, Abe, Happy White.
Astra and Zakwan coming out together. They're heading on track now. There's Teo Zhou back into the pit lane. As of right now, the top 11 are gapped by under 2 seconds. The top 8 under a second. Hafiz Sharin get ready to go out with qualifying rears. This will be interesting. I suspect the 34 will be coming. Last season's times in qualifying for the ASB 1000. The fastest was a 35.4. We have already beaten that, a 35.2 and a 35.3 by Hafiz and Keto respectively. And both of them coming out in this shot here. Keto versus Hafiz, this is interesting. It continues on from Motegi.
Yeah, it does indeed. Keto Abe was absolutely gutted not to have won race 2.
Last season we saw it between Hafiz and Yuki a few times, and now it's another Japanese rider from SDG that's putting in a good campaign. Aslan still not with the qualifying rear. I think they're trying to get that bike working in the right direction after the crash. It is pretty much a brand new bike, about 70% of it new parts.
Yeah, from the rider's point of view, it wasn't such a hard crash. He didn't understand it,
Yep.
but he came off nice and cleanly. But the bike just went on a roll.
Something later in his outlap improved his sector 3 quite well as well. So there's Azlan Shah to complete his first flying lap in his second run. I suspect it will just be a couple of laps for him just to get that set up right, and then he'll have the qualifying tires on. Azra has just begun his flying lap. Zakwan goes quick in sector 1. Aslan goes hot into the first turn, so I think he's gonna ride back into pits. Here is Hafiz now. He comes around to complete his out lap. Zakwan Zaidi currently in a hot one. Hafiz, he's about to begin his hot lap. Takes a look behind, sees that Keto isn't directly behind him, so Hafiz continues on. There's about a turn of a gap between them, so this is gonna be interesting. We'll have each sector time cutting across. Oh, Hafiz is biked. He's lost time. He has lost time there. I think maybe the wheelie control's not working.
Yeah, he knew it instantly.
Yeah, he raises that and he's backed off from this. That is one lap out for Hafiz. He looks at the back on this tire. Keto, Nakarin backs off. Keto continues on. Keto doesn't have qualifiers on yet. Keto will leave it late.
Zakwan is still on a good lap.
I think Keto, this could be mind games. Keto wants to be behind Hafiz. I think Keto wants to try and tail behind Hafiz on Hafiz's hot lap on the qualifying rears. And think, if I can follow Hafiz on the qualifying rear, once I slap mine on, I can go even faster. Mind games perhaps. But it looked exactly that. The second Hafiz backed off, he backed off. You can see it now as well, he's throttling back.
He's a very naughty boy, but we love it.
This is so good to see. You can see Kito just looking around, Nakarin as well. Nakarin's waiting. And these are all contenders for the championship title. What tire does Nakarin have? Does Nakarin have the qualifying rears on? Because if he does, that's another lap for him also done. Nakarin does have qualifying rears, so that's one lap gone for Hafiz. Kito, Abe. This is, as you mentioned, as you said, naughty.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the boss looks on, keeping everybody updated with what's happening.
And Kito's coming back in.
Yeah, yeah.
Hafiz comes back in as well.
Hafiz is coming in.
So Hafiz, it looked like wheelie control issues, so that means Hafiz realistically only has one hot lap. Oh,
That's right. So it's not quite all going to plan. Although I'm still sticking with the fact that he's been so strong through every session up until that one. So they need to fix that.
well, well, well. This gets very interesting now. Nakarin continues on. Nakarin will have 2 laps at best. Azrai doesn't have his qualifying rears on. I don't think Zakwan did either. Cameron Dunker behind the pair of them. Cameron has improved his lap time to a 36.2, so a bit better. Still not as good as he was yesterday, but understandably he is a bit unwell, so he is doing the best that he can right now. Who's that? They just done a green sector 1. It's Zakwan Zaidi. So Kito Abe, now we suspect it's time for qualifiers. We have 12 minutes left. Zakwan and Azrai, they have to get back in soon.
Yeah, Zakwan has moved himself up into P4. And he's still improving. But as you said, Daniel, the time is ticking away to get those qualifiers on.
Yeah, they're making this quite close, Zakwan and Azrai. I think Azrai's backed off already, so Azrai should be coming in, but Zakwan needs to think about the qualifying rears now. If he goes around another lap, comes back into pit lane, he might just have about 5 minutes left once the tire is fitted. That's not much time at all. You won't be at peace in mind.
No, he's 4/10 quicker than he was in practice yesterday, Zakwan.
Both Zakwan and Azrai are continuing on. They are burning valuable time. By the time they come around, if they try to push for another lap, it's under 10 minutes left.
Yeah, well, let's see what tactics shake out for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Azan Shah as well, still no qualifying rears on Azan's bike. But Azan did only come up for a short out lap and he went back in after that one. So is he doing it again? Yeah, he is doing it again. Just checking that bike running, checking that it's running properly. Nakarin on his qualifying tire lap is not improving. Again, he was caught in the antics from Kito and Hafiz.
Yeah.
Wow. New stories unfolding. There's Andy Farad as well. I think he's getting ready to go out. There we go. Qualifying rears on Andy's bike.
Dunlop, Mr. Kobayashi, Sal Khan keeping a watchful eye over what's going on here.
You can see what they're looking for. You can see that. Look at Kito with his look.
It's not just Kito, I think they're all very naughty boys. And we look forward to seeing what they can pull off in this qualifying session, and of course this afternoon. There's a lot going on.
This is interesting.
Under that helmet.
Yeah. Oh, Nakarin on his third flying lap now. Nakarin clocked a 36.6 on the last lap, so he has realistically one final push. And it doesn't look too good for Nakarin in qualifying. He's not improving. They'll come across sector 1 now. What's it looking like for Chip Nakarin? 27.5. He's going backwards. So I think the time that he lost, maybe with the heat, maybe with how abrasive the surface is, the best that Dunlop tire can give here is 2 laps on qualifying compounds. as of right now, riders yet to go, well, set a hot lap is Hafiz on the qualifying rears. To use the qualifying rears, we still have Kito Abe, Apiwat, Zakwan, Aslan, Lachlan, who has just come out. I think he might be on qualifiers. Azra as well, still yet to see him. Cameron Dunker, Andy Fried has just come out as well.
Yep, and he's got qualifiers on, of course.
And he's gonna think that Nakarin was trying to tail behind him, but Nakarin's done. So Andy, he needs to get a groove on. Concerns now are for Hafiz Sharin. He's gonna lap around, the out lap around, and then come back in. I think SEG don't want to waste time. 8.5 minutes left. Kito has to go on for it. Kito is only a 10th off from Hafiz's fastest lap anyway, so he has the advantage now of a fresh qualifying tire.
Definitely does. Yeah. The decision's made with just over 8 minutes remaining on the clock.
Oh,
he holds it. He's
the second he saw the bike moving.
Yeah.
And Hafiz is looking back at him.
Back down pit lane.
Kito's still on the hard tires. Kito is still on the hard tires.
Well,
this might be smart, you know. Maybe Kito's thinking, if I can follow Hafiz on the qualifying rears with a race compound, my race pace is going to be great. But none of them.
This is some rivalry we've got going on here.
Oh, you're going to see both of them coming out of pit lane now. Hafiz sits on the bike, doesn't move. Kito has moved though. Kito has come out and Hafiz comes out after it. Well, well, well. Cameron Dunker behind Kito. Kito looks behind.
Fun and games in pit lane as we come to the real business end of the final qualifying session of the day.
What an image here. Kito waits for Hafiz. Hafiz waits for Kito, and Cameron just waits for either one. He wants to tow from either one of them. I wonder what's in Hafiz's mind when he saw that Kito had only the race tires on, not even the qualifying tires.
I didn't notice any kind of glint of happiness in his eyes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. No, but seriously, this might be a masterstroke from Kito. Because he has the pace, he has the confidence. He's thinking...
Yeah, as you say, just a 10th adrift on race tires, on race setup. It wouldn't have been a disaster if he'd been knocked down even to the second row, given his race form. Now he's got Cam Dunker for company.
Hasan Shah getting ready to head out, I suspect, on the qualifying rears. Kito looks around. Kito's looking for Hafiz, and he sees Cameron Dunker instead behind him.
So it looks like it's going to be a medium front, hard rear for Kito Abe's setup.
Cam as well, he hasn't gone for the qualifying race, Cameron Dunker.
If he is feeling off colour, he's probably just going to go with getting his race set up right. Aslan's got just under 6 minutes to get himself out there.
Yeah, Kito looks around, he's looking for who's coming behind him, and here we go now. It's Hafiz Sharin followed by Kito Abe on race tires, while Hafiz is on the qualifying rears and Cameron Dunker on the hard option rear as well. Let's get to business. Hafiz has to push. Kito wants that tow from behind Hafiz.
Yeah, Cam Dunker there in the VIP seats to watch this.
Hafiz backs off.
Fascinating.
Hafiz doesn't. Hafiz wants none of it, but that's Hafiz's qualifying rear done. Look at the SDG. They're laughing about the situation. That's qualifying tires gone for Hafiz.
And that is Kito Abe off the Christmas card list of Hafiz Sharin.
Oh my.
Cam is going with Kito Abe. There's less than 5 minutes remaining now. Kito is getting on it. Enough fun and games.
There's an old board game called Mastermind, and I wouldn't want to play against Kito Abe at all.
He's backed off again. He got on it, he's backed off. He's still looking around for Hafiz. Hafiz still is on provisional pole.
Kito's annoyed that Hafiz isn't pushing me. You can understand why.
Cam
But
Dunker probably having the time of his life, witnessing all of this.
Cameron Duncan just a passenger in all of this. Tell you what, he has improved. He's close to gap to just a second to Hafiz again. So Kito, he's frustrated that Hafiz isn't pushing on. I think Kito wanted to dice around with Hafiz, but so Kito will go on forward for... Oh, he won't. He's still backing up. He's going back to pit lane.
4 minutes remaining.
There won't be enough time for qualifying race for him, so I don't think he's going to be concerned about that. Mr. Shiragi Honda there giving some info. I think that the communication there was Hafiz is going on for another lap. But is that allowed? Hafiz has come out twice. He began a fast lap, but went back into pit lane. He's come out again. One full lap and then a fast lap, but he backed off again. So the last time that happened, Helmi Osman did it. Kito,
And this is a straight ride through from Kito. He's trying to get... He's going to be too far behind, but... this is interesting stuff.
yeah, that tire is cooked. Hafiz is 3 times down on sector 1 itself. The tire is done. Now, okay, we look at Motegi. Helmi Osman did 4 laps in total on the qualifying race, got a penalty. Hafiz Sharin is on his third fast lap, technically.
That's correct, yeah.
Because Helmi Osman as well, he backed off from the early portion of his fast lap. So I wonder how this is going on. While this has happened, Lachlan Epis, 35.4, he's gone to third. Lachlan Epis has put the BMW on third spot, provisionally third spot on the grid.
Yeah, that was held by Apiwat. He's pushed him down. So, yeah, while our attention was on the shenanigans in pit lane, Lachlan Epis has got on with the job. Fair play to him.
So Hafiz, you can see the tire was done. A second off is Hafiz Sharin. He is going to be furious. Cameron Dunker, he'll enjoy the cinema he's watched. Look at Lachlan there, that is joy. He knows it. That was a great lap from Lachlan, only a 10th off.
Yeah, he unlocked it. Whatever he was missing yesterday in free practice, he got it out of the box today. And provisionally, he's going to start from the front row. Is anybody going to upset that position? Probably not.
Doesn't seem like he does it. Zakwan is coming out though. Aslan's on qualifying race finally, so they're all coming out really late. There's going to be one flying lap. Oh, so much drama going on in ASB 1000. And on the final lap for the qualifying, here we go.
That's it.
Will there be an upset?
The 2 A1 Energy BMWs have pulled the pin. Let's see what they can do on this last chance. They have one shot. Apiwat 4th. Aslan 7th as it stands.
Oh, Apiwat's backed off. Apiwat is backed off. He has no time, so Apiwat will not be on contention for front row. Keito Abe muscling on. Sector 1 decent, Sector 2 decent. Tell you what if Keito Abe puts in a monster Sector 3? Oh, he hasn't. He's not going any faster. So Hafiz's provisional pole right now still secured. Where's Aslan gone? Sector 1, Sector 2. He's gone slower. It's not going faster for Aslan. They left it too late, I think.
Yeah, Aslan's gonna, well, he's gonna try to improve, but no sign of it yet. So we enjoyed the pit lane entertainment.
Keito does have one lap to go, so 36.3 in that lap. Will he push for another fast one? Usually by this time it's race setup. Yeah, Apiwat's done. Apiwat's lap, the checker flag's out. Azan Shah as well. Not enough of a push on this one. They left it for only one lap. That's a risky move and it hasn't paid off.
Yeah, not so bad for Apiwat, starting from the front of the second row. Aslan on row 3. We know he performs well in the race, and his pace has been good so far this weekend. There is the delightfully mischievous Kito Abe, STG Hawk Pro. Some real edge there between him and this pit that we were just looking at, the JDT racing team. So whatever you do, don't miss this afternoon's action.
Just the second covers the top 10. We have potential championship battle and rivalry going on.
Yeah, there's some real edge in that now.
Yeah.
Hafiz not amused, even though he's sealed his pole position. Kito Abe was slightly amused, I think. So yeah, but terrific job all weekend so far from Hafiz Shirin. He didn't need the qualifying tyres, as it turned out. 135.271. I was looking for one or two of those riders to bring us into the 134s, but not this time. But Hafiz Shirin thoroughly deserves that pole position. Good session from him again, which followed a great day in practice yesterday. 135.271 puts him on pole position. Lining up next to him is now arch rival Kito Abe for STG Hawk Pro Honda Philippines, Lachlan Effis, who got on with the job while those two were fighting in pit lane. He will start third. Afiwat Wongtananon will lead the second row. Alongside him, Nakarin Chirapupapat and Zakwan Zaidi. And then it's Aslan, who will be on row 3, together with Andy Farid Izdihar for Astra Honda Racing Team and Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. The Aileen Cameron Dunker had a pretty decent session, 136.275. He will start 10th. And then it's Joe Francis. He did a 37.224. And Thierry Ujo will start 12th. His best time, 145.546. So that concludes an absolutely phenomenal morning's qualifying. We saw records smashed, qualifying records smashed, Superpole records smashed, and we saw some very interesting rivalry in the ASB 1000 class. Now, we will be back for race 1 this afternoon. The action gets underway at 12:35, so make sure you're with us by 12:30 for the introduction to that. And we'll be joined by the mighty Des Corkill, but I think we're ready to take another look at that highly entertaining ASB 1000 qualifying session. Daniel Bogus has also made his way down to see Hafiz Shirin. Yeah, Hafiz only just come back into pit lane, so we'll take a look at the recap and then we'll go to Hafiz. "40-minute session, started brightly. Kito Abe got on with the job early, and this was really interesting from Lachlan Effis because he came out after struggling a bit yesterday and he put in a really quick early lap in a short stint, just a few laps, and then he'd come back in. That was it. That was his 36.785 set early in the session. He went back into pit lane looking very relieved and happy, but Hafiz Shirin put himself on top very early on, continued to improve, continuing his really strong form yesterday, and as we got into the final stages we saw this incredible game of cat and mouse between the first two in the championship, Hafiz Shirin and Kito Abe. Kito, of course, comes in with the advantage this weekend, and he was shadowing Hafiz, running race tyres while Hafiz was on qualifiers. Hafiz looking really unhappy with it. SDG, Quito's team, looking highly amused by it all. Hafiz tried to continue, but Quito was always shadowing him, trying to get an advantage, but in the end it was to no avail. They stayed in P1 and P2, Hafiz and Quito Ave in that order. They will start from pole position. Quito will be in the middle of the front row, and they were joined by Lachlan Efes, who came out brilliantly while all that shenanigans was going on to snatch P3. Now I think we are just about set to have a word with our pole man for this afternoon. Hafiz Shirin is with Daniel. Or is he? I can see he's just walking into Parc Fermé at the moment from our slightly elevated position. The superstars always worth waiting for, of course. And we're going to Daniel right now.
So Hafiz, a great pole position here from Mandalika, but a dramatic end towards qualifying. Can you tell us what was going on at the end there?
I've been all time alone, you know, all the session. But the qualifying, I don't know why. I know maybe because they want to try to have some tow in behind me. And yeah, because I try to do my best, and I prefer to do alone. And they try to looking at some wheels, so yeah, I just play safe and don't show my lines. And yeah, anyway, me and the team did a very good job. We did amazing start yesterday. We did more than race distance, almost 20 laps we did. So yeah, we say we are quite strong to do a race pace, and let's see what we can do in the afternoon. I hope not have a dramatic like the Motegi last time. And yeah, let's see. I hope I can stay in the middle of the podium in the afternoon.
The improvements made since Sepang are amazing, and you're riding that Ducati. It really looks like your own. And we were expecting a 34 coming on that qualifying tire, but we saw in the first run that the bike started putting up. Was there something with the wheelie control there?
Yeah, we have a problem with some sensor that came off from the point that the normal place. So the fault doesn't work very well. The sensor doesn't work. So the power open all. You know, that's why the bike wheelie a lot. And then I have to go in to solve it. And then when I went out, a few riders are waiting for me, and I try to do, but yeah, I think I don't feel comfortable to do in the last run. But anyway, the first run was already secure that I'm quite good, and yeah, it's a second pole. I think second pole of the year, or maybe, and yeah, we will see what we can do in the afternoon.
It's been great pace all through. So good luck, Hafiz, for race one.
Thank you.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.